Welcome, weary travelers, to History for the Tired, your sanctuary for timeless stories. Today, we embark on an incredibly rich and diverse journey, shifting our gaze from the ancient Mediterranean to the vast and varied landscapes of North America. Here, for millennia, countless indigenous nations have woven intricate narratives that are far more than just tales. They are the very bedrock of their cultural identity, spiritual understanding, moral guidance, and practical knowledge. These are the profound stories of Native American mythology. Unlike the more unified pantheon we explored in Greek traditions, Native American mythologies are incredibly diverse, reflecting the unique environments, languages, and spiritual beliefs of hundreds of distinct tribes across this immense continent. Our purpose here is to transport you, to allow these ancient narratives to wash over you, providing not just knowledge, but also a moment of calm and reflection in your busy lives. So, dim the lights, find your most comfortable spot, and let us begin to unravel the threads of these magnificent myths together. 1. Diverse origins and core beliefs. Understanding the foundations of Native American mythology. The tapestry of Native American mythology is not a single monolithic fabric, but rather an intricate, kaleidoscopic mosaic woven from the unique threads of hundreds of distinct indigenous nations across the vast expanse of North America. To approach this rich spiritual landscape, one must first shed any preconceived notions of a singular Native American religion or Native American mythology. Such a concept is as inaccurate as speaking of a single European mythology, encompassing everything from ancient Norse sagas to Roman deities and Celtic folklore. Instead, what we encounter is an astonishing array of belief systems, creation narratives, spiritual practices, and moral frameworks, each deeply rooted in the specific ecological, historical, and cultural experiences of individual tribes, bands, and linguistic groups. This profound diversity is the first and most crucial foundational understanding required to truly appreciate the depth and complexity of these ancient traditions. Each nation, whether the vast plains of the Lakota, the dense forests of the Iroquois, the arid deserts of the Hopi, or the icy expanses of the Inuit, developed its own unique cosmology, its own cast of characters, and its own sacred stories, all shaped by the land they inhabited and the life they lived upon it. At the heart of nearly all Native American mythologies lies the concept of oral tradition. For millennia, before the arrival of European settlers and the introduction of written languages, these sacred narratives were meticulously preserved and transmitted from generation to generation through the spoken word. This was not merely casual storytelling. It was a highly formalized and deeply respected practice, often taking place during specific seasons or during sacred ceremonies. The act of storytelling was itself a ritual, a living bridge connecting the past, present, and future. Elders, often designated as keepers of the stories, held immense responsibility and prestige within their communities. They were the living libraries, memorizing vast cycles of narratives, genealogies, historical accounts, moral lessons, and practical knowledge, ensuring their accurate and vibrant transmission. The performance of these stories was crucial. It involved not just words, but also intonation, gesture, facial expression, and sometimes even song or dance, bringing the characters and events to life in a way that written text simply cannot capture. The audience, too, played an active role, listening intently, absorbing the nuances, and understanding the deeper meanings. This dynamic, interactive process ensured that the stories remained living entities, adapting subtly over time while retaining their core truths. The very act of listening was an act of learning, of connecting with ancestral wisdom, and of participating in the ongoing narrative of the community. This oral tradition fostered collective memory, reinforced social cohesion, and provided a continuous link to the origins and identity of the people. It was a sophisticated system of knowledge transfer, demonstrating the profound intellectual and cultural achievements of these societies long before the advent of literacy as defined by European standards. The stories were not static. They were fluid, adaptable, and responsive to the needs of the community, yet always tethered to their foundational truths. The concept of myth itself, as understood in Western academic contexts, often carries connotations of fiction or falsehood. However, within indigenous frameworks, these narratives are not mere stories in the sense of fictional tales. They are sacred narratives, living truths that explain the origins of the world, the purpose of human existence, the relationships between all living things, and the moral principles that govern behavior. They are not merely believed, they are lived. These narratives are often deeply intertwined with the land itself, with specific geographical features, serving as tangible reminders and physical embodiments of the events recounted in the myths. A particular mountain might be where a hero had a vision. A specific river might be the path of a culture hero, or a unique rock formation might be a transformed being from the time of creation. This concept of sacred geography means that the land is not just a backdrop for the stories, but an active participant, a living repository of ancestral memory and spiritual power. Walking the land is, in essence, walking through the living narrative of the people. This connection to place is profound, making the land itself a teacher and a constant source of spiritual nourishment. The stories provide a cultural map, guiding people through their territory, explaining its features, and imparting knowledge about its resources and dangers. A pervasive and unifying theme across many, though not all, Native American mythologies is the profound concept of interconnectedness. This belief posits that all elements of existence, humans, animals, plants, rocks, rivers, mountains, stars, and spirits, are intrinsically linked, forming a vast, interdependent web of life. There is no rigid hierarchy where humanity stands above nature. Rather, humans are seen as one thread in this intricate tapestry, sharing kinship with all other beings. Animals are often portrayed as elder brothers or first teachers, possessing wisdom, spiritual power, and unique knowledge that humans can learn from. They are not merely resources, but sentient beings with spirits, deserving of respect and reciprocity. A hunter, for example, would offer prayers and thanks to the spirit of an animal before and after a hunt, acknowledging the sacrifice the animal made for the sustenance of the people. This reciprocal relationship, this understanding of Gavantic, extends to the land itself, to the plants, and to the elements. The earth is a living mother, providing sustenance, and in return, humans have a sacred responsibility to care for her, to live in harmony with her rhythms, and to ensure her health for future generations. This deep ecological awareness, embedded within the myths, fostered sustainable living practices and a profound respect for the natural world that was. Foundational to indigenous cultures, complementing the idea of interconnectedness, is the understanding of cyclical time. unlike the linear, progressive view of time prevalent in Western thought. Many Native American cosmologies embrace a cyclical understanding of time. Events are not simply in the past. They are part of an ongoing cycle capable of recurring or manifesting in the present. The creation stories, for instance, are not just about a single event that happened long ago. They are seen as processes that are continually unfolding, shaping the present reality. The changing seasons, the cycles of birth, death, and rebirth in nature, the phases of the moon, and the return of migratory animals all reinforce this cyclical worldview. This perspective fosters a sense of continuity and timelessness, where ancestors are not just gone, but are present in the land, in the stories, and in the spirits that continue to influence the world. Rituals and ceremonies often reenact mythological events, not merely as historical plays, but as ways to bring the power and meaning of those original events into the present, to renew the world and to reinforce the sacred balance. This cyclical view emphasizes renewal, regeneration, and the enduring nature of fundamental truths. Within this diverse landscape, while there isn't a single god in the Abrahamic sense, many tribes recognize a concept often translated as the Great Spirit or Great Mystery. This is not typically an anthropomorphic deity, but rather an overarching, pervasive spiritual force, a supreme creative power that permeates all of existence, the source of all life and sacredness. It is often seen as unknowable, beyond human comprehension, yet its presence is felt in every aspect of the natural world. Alongside this great mystery, there exist a multitude of specific deities, spirits, and supernatural beings, each with their own domains, powers, and personalities. These can include nature spirits, animal spirits, ancestral spirits, celestial beings, and various benevolent or malevolent forces. The interaction with these spirits is often a central aspect of spiritual practice, involving prayers, offerings, ceremonies, and vision quests, all aimed at maintaining balance and seeking guidance or blessings. The role of animals and natural elements as sacred beings and teachers is paramount. In many narratives, animals are not simply creatures. They are powerful spiritual entities, often older than humans, who existed in a time when the boundaries between human and animal were fluid, and beings could easily transform between forms. They are often depicted as the original inhabitants of the world, possessing profound wisdom, knowledge of the land, and spiritual power. For example, in many creation myths, animals play crucial roles in shaping the world or bringing essential elements to humanity. Bears might represent strength and introspection, wolves, loyalty and community, eagles, vision and spiritual connection to the sky. Rivers are often seen as living arteries of the earth, mountains as sacred homes of spirits, and trees as ancient beings with deep roots in both the physical and spiritual realms. Humans are encouraged to observe animals, to learn from their behaviors, and to respect their wisdom. This reverence for animals and nature is not merely symbolic. It is a lived reality, fostering a deep sense of kinship and responsibility towards the non-human world. The ethical and moral lessons embedded within these sacred narratives are profound and practical, guiding individuals and communities towards a harmonious existence. Myths often teach the importance of balance and harmony in all aspects of life, between humans and nature, between different genders, between individuals and the community, and between opposing forces. Maintaining this balance is seen as crucial for individual well-being and the health of the entire cosmos. Transgressions against this balance, such as greed, disrespect, arrogance, or selfishness, often lead to negative consequences, not just for the individual, but for the entire community or even the natural world, reinforcing the interconnectedness of all things. These stories also emphasize humility, reminding humans of their place within the larger cosmic order and the immense power of the spirits and natural forces. They teach reciprocity, the understanding that one must give back to the earth and to the community in return for what is received. Generosity, courage, perseverance, wisdom, and respect for elders are consistently lauded virtues. Conversely, greed, deceit, arrogance, and disrespect are often portrayed as vices that lead to downfall and suffering. The concept of place holds immense spiritual and cultural significance in Native American mythologies. The land is not merely property or a resource. It is a living entity infused with the spirits of ancestors, sacred events, and mythological beings. Specific mountains, rivers, lakes, forests, and rock formations are not just geographical features. They are sacred sites, living monuments to the stories that unfolded there. A particular cave might be the emergence point of a people, a specific river, a path taken by a culture hero, or a unique rock formation, a transformed being from the time of creation. This sacred geography means that the land itself embodies the myths, making it a constant source of spiritual nourishment, historical memory, and cultural identity. To walk the land is to walk through the living narrative of the people, to connect with the ancestors, and to understand the deep truths embedded in the earth. This profound connection to place is why forced removal from ancestral lands was and remains such a devastating trauma for Indigenous peoples. It is not just the loss of physical territory, but the severing of a spiritual and cultural lifeline. Dreams and visions play a crucial role in many Native American spiritual traditions as pathways to understanding and experiencing the myths. Dreams are often seen as messages from the spirit world, offering guidance, warnings, or insights into personal and communal paths. Vision quests, a formalized spiritual practice often undertaken by young people transitioning into adulthood, involve fasting, solitude, and prayer in a sacred, natural setting with the aim of receiving a vision or a spirit helper that will guide their life's purpose. These experiences are deeply personal, yet profoundly connected to the collective mythological framework of the tribe. The visions often involve encounters with animal spirits or other supernatural beings who impart knowledge, songs, or ceremonies, thereby enriching both the individual's life and the ongoing spiritual life of the community. The wisdom gained from dreams and visions is integrated into the living mythology, demonstrating that the sacred narratives are not static but continually revealed and reinterpreted through individual spiritual experience. Trickster figures are a fascinating and ubiquitous element across diverse Native American mythologies. These figures are complex and often contradictory. They are simultaneously creators and destroyers, culture heroes and foolish rogues, benevolent teachers and selfish pranksters. They embody chaos and disorder, often breaking rules and challenging norms, but through their antics, they inadvertently bring about important changes or teach crucial lessons. For example, Coyote might steal fire, bringing it to humanity, but only after a series of clumsy, humorous, or even inappropriate actions. Tricksters often serve as a release valve for societal tensions, allowing for the exploration of taboo subjects through humor and absurdity. They teach through negative example, showing the consequences of greed, vanity, or disobedience. They also represent the unpredictable nature of life. Their stories are often filled with humor, but beneath the laughter lies profound commentary on human nature, morality, and the complexities of existence. They remind people that the world is not always orderly and that intelligence and adaptability are necessary for survival. The concept of medicine in Native American spiritual traditions is far broader than the Western understanding of physical healing. It encompasses spiritual power, sacred knowledge, healing energy, and the inherent life force within all things. An individual or object can possess good medicine, meaning it has spiritual power or brings positive influence, or bad medicine, meaning it can bring harm or negative energy. Shamans or medicine people are individuals who have cultivated strong connections to the spirit world and possess significant medicine to heal, guide, or protect their communities. This spiritual power is often gained through visions, dreams, and rigorous training. Myths often explain the origins of specific medicine practices, rituals, or sacred objects, linking them back to the time of creation or to the teachings of spirit beings. The concept emphasizes the holistic nature of well-being, where physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual health are inextricably linked, and where healing often involves restoring balance and harmony. Creation stories are perhaps the most fundamental and identity-defining narratives for any Native American nation. These myths explain how the world came into being, how humans were created, and how the specific tribe came to inhabit their ancestral lands. They are not merely cosmological explanations, but profound statements of identity, purpose, and belonging. There are several broad categories of creation myths across Native America. Earth diver myths, common in eastern woodlands and plains tribes. In these stories, a primordial water world exists, and a creature dives to the bottom to bring up a small amount of mud or earth, which then expands to form the land. This often takes place on the back of a giant turtle, hence the concept of Turtle Island. Emergence myths prevalent in southwestern tribes. These narratives describe the people's journey through a series of lower worlds, each with its own challenges and lessons, until they finally emerge into the present fifth world. This journey often involves spiritual and physical purification, and the acquisition of knowledge and ceremonies that define their culture. World parent myths, less common but present, where the world is formed from the body of a primordial being or through the union of sky and earth parents. Creation by word, thought. Some myths describe creation through the thoughts, words, or songs of a powerful creator being. Each creation story is unique to its tribe, detailing their specific relationship to the land, their social structures, and their cultural values. This narrative explains their ceremonies, their clan system, and their deep connection to the 4 sacred mountains that define their traditional homeland, with animals helping to build the earth around her. This myth explains their matriarchal social structure, their agricultural practices, and their deep respect for the natural world. These stories are not just about the past. They are living narratives that continually inform the present and guide the future. Myths also serve as powerful tools for explaining social structures, customs, and rituals. They often provide the divine or ancestral precedent for how a society is organized, why certain ceremonies are performed, or why specific taboos exist. For instance, a myth might explain the origin of a particular clan system, detailing how different animal spirits became the ancestors of specific family lines, thereby defining kinship ties and responsibilities. The origin of a hunting ritual, a planting ceremony, a coming-of-age rite, or a healing practice is almost always rooted in a sacred narrative passed down from the first people or revealed by spirit beings. These stories provide legitimacy and meaning to cultural practices, ensuring their continuation and reinforcing communal identity. They teach young people their roles within the community, their responsibilities to their family and tribe, and the proper way to interact with the spiritual and natural worlds. The concept of sacred clowns, or contraries, is another unique and powerful aspect of some Native American traditions, often linked to mythological origins. These figures act in ways opposite to normal behavior, using humor, satire, and sometimes shocking actions to challenge societal norms, expose hypocrisy, and teach profound lessons. They might wear their clothes backward, say the opposite of what they mean, or perform absurd acts. Their role is to disrupt, to provoke thought, and to remind the community of the importance of balance, humility, and the dangers of rigidity. They often have a deep spiritual connection, sometimes gaining their power from lightning or other powerful natural forces. Their mythological origins often trace back to trickster figures or beings who embody paradox, making them sacred yet disruptive forces within the community, essential for maintaining social and spiritual health by forcing self-reflection. Native American narratives encompass a wide array of storytelling genres, each serving distinct purposes. Origin myths, as discussed, these explain the creation of the world, humans, and specific tribal identities. Hero myths, tales of extraordinary individuals who undertake perilous journeys, overcome monsters, or bring important knowledge, tools to their people. These often embody tribal values like courage, perseverance, and wisdom. Transformation myths, stories where beings change forms, highlighting the fluidity of existence and the interconnectedness of all life. These often explain the origins of animal characteristics or natural phenomena. Cautionary tales, narratives that warn against specific behaviors, illustrating the negative consequences of violating social or spiritual laws. Trickster tales, humorous and often morally ambiguous stories featuring figures like Coyote or Raven, who teach lessons through their mischievous or foolish actions. Historical narratives, accounts of migrations, significant battles, or interactions with other tribes, often interwoven with spiritual explanations. Ceremonial narratives, stories specifically recited during sacred rituals, providing the script and meaning for the ceremony itself. These narratives are often non-linear and multi-layered, meaning they can be interpreted on multiple levels: literal, metaphorical, spiritual, and moral. A single story might simultaneously explain a natural phenomenon, teach a moral lesson, recount a historical event, and provide instructions for a ritual. They are designed to be revisited, retold, and reinterpreted throughout a person's life, revealing deeper meanings as one gains more life experience. The importance of reciprocity with the natural world is not just a theme, but a foundational principle. This means understanding that humans are part of a larger ecological and spiritual system, and that every act has consequences. When one takes from the land, one must give back in some way, whether through prayers, offerings, or respectful stewardship. This ensures the continued abundance of resources and maintains the balance. Myths often illustrate what happens when this reciprocity is broken: famines, diseases, or the disappearance of game animals, serving as powerful warnings against unsustainable practices and disrespect for the earth's generosity. The concept of spirit helpers or animal guides is deeply woven into many Native American spiritual paths. These are spiritual beings, often appearing in animal form, who offer guidance, protection, or specific powers to individuals. They might appear in dreams, visions, or during ceremonies. An individual might have a lifelong animal guide, or different guides for different phases of life or specific challenges. These relationships are sacred and personal, and the myths often explain how these connections were first forged, providing archetypes for how humans can interact with the spirit world to gain wisdom and strength. The sacredness of language and the power of words is also a significant aspect. In many traditions, words are not just sounds. They carry inherent power and spiritual energy. Certain words, chants, or songs, often revealed in dreams or visions, are considered sacred and are used in ceremonies to invoke spirits, heal, or bring about specific outcomes. The act of storytelling itself is a powerful act of creation and transformation. The words spoken in a sacred narrative are believed to recreate the events, bringing their power into the present moment. This reverence for language means that stories are told with great care, precision, and respect, ensuring their integrity and efficacy. Finally, the importance of community and collective memory cannot be overstated. Native American myths are fundamentally communal. They belong to the people, defining their shared history, values, and identity. The oral tradition relies on the collective memory of the community, with stories being passed down and reinforced through shared experience. The well-being of the individual is often seen as inextricably linked to the well-being of the community, and the myths reinforce this interdependence. They provide a common understanding of the world, a shared moral compass, and a sense of belonging that binds individuals together across generations. The stories are a constant reminder that no one exists in isolation. Everyone is part of a larger family, a larger tribe, and a larger cosmic web of relationships. This collective memory is a source of resilience, allowing communities to endure hardship, adapt to change, and maintain their cultural identity despite immense pressures. The stories are not just about the past. They are living guides for navigating the present and shaping a harmonious future. This foundational understanding of diversity, oral tradition, sacred narratives, interconnectedness, cyclical time, the great mystery, the role of animals and nature, ethical lessons, sacred geography, dreams, tricksters, medicine, creation stories, social structures, and the power of language and community provides the essential lens through which to appreciate the profound depth and enduring wisdom of Native American mythologies. It is a world where every element of existence holds meaning. Every story carries power, and every individual is part of a grand, unfolding narrative. Creation narratives and the shaping of worlds in the vast and intricate mosaic of Native American mythologies. Creation narratives stand as the foundational pillars, serving as far more than mere origin stories. These are not simply accounts of how the world began in a distant, linear past, but rather profound, living blueprints that articulate how we began, how our world came to be, and, crucially, what our purpose is within the grand tapestry of existence. They are the sacred histories, the identity documents, and the moral compasses for each distinct indigenous nation, providing a comprehensive worldview that encompasses cosmology, ethics, social structure, and a deep, inextricable connection to the land. Each narrative, unique in its specific details, characters, and sequence of events, nevertheless resonates with universal themes of emergence, transformation, balance, and the enduring power of the creative spirit. They are recited not just as tales of your but as living truths that continually shape and renew the present reality for the people who tell them. These stories are woven into the very fabric of daily life, influencing ceremonies, guiding decisions, and defining the relationship between humans, the natural world, and the spirit realm. They explain why a certain mountain is sacred, why a particular plant holds healing power, or why a specific ceremony must be performed in a certain way at a certain time of year. They are dynamic, multi-layered narratives, capable of revealing new depths of meaning as an individual matures, and as the community navigates its own evolving journey, while the specific details vary immensely. Native American creation myths broadly fall into several archetypal categories. Earth diver myths, where a world is formed from a small bit of soil brought from primordial waters. Emergence myths, where beings journey through successive lower worlds to reach the present one. World parent or ancestral creation myths, where the world or people are formed from primordial beings or through the actions of transformers, and creation by word, thought, or dream, where the universe manifests through the consciousness or song of a powerful creator. Each type offers a unique lens through which to understand the complex relationship between creator, creation, and humanity. Let us delve into the profound depths of these narratives, beginning with the widespread and compelling earth diver myths, the Iroquois, Sky Woman's descent, the genesis of Turtle Island. Among the Iroquois Confederacy, or Haudenosaunee, a powerful alliance of 6 nations, the creation story centers around the benevolent figure of Sky, woman known variously as Atahensik or Iagensi. This narrative is not merely a tale of origins, but a profound explanation for their matrilineal society, their agricultural practices, and their deep reverence for the earth as a living entity. Turtle Island. The story begins in the Sky World, a realm of pure light, peace, and abundance, inhabited by divine beings and spirits, vastly different from the watery void that existed below. In the center of this celestial realm stood a magnificent, ancient tree, the Tree of Life, whose roots reached deep into the spiritual essence of the Sky World, and whose fruits provided sustenance and wisdom. Sky Woman, a divine being, lived in this tranquil realm with her husband, the Sky Chief. The narrative often describes her as being pregnant, a state symbolizing fertility and the imminent birth of a new world. A pivotal moment arises when the Sky Chief, driven by a powerful dream or an inexplicable curiosity, commands the uprooting of the sacred Tree of Life. In some versions, it is Sky Woman herself who expresses a desire for certain roots or foods from the tree. The act of uprooting the tree creates a gaping hole in the floor of the Sky World, revealing the endless expanse of dark primordial waters below. As the tree is torn from its place, Sky Woman, either accidentally falling, pushed by her husband, or intentionally descending to seek knowledge or medicine from the root, tumbles through this void. Her descent is not a fall of despair, but a pivotal, transformative event, marking the transition from a perfect, celestial realm to the nascent. As Sky Woman plummeted towards the boundless water, the creatures of the watery realm looked up, seeing her descend. They were filled with compassion and recognized the sacredness of her journey. The narrative emphasizes the immediate and benevolent response of the animals, highlighting the inherent interconnectedness and empathy within the natural world, even before the earth fully formed. A flock of geese flew swiftly upwards, catching her on their backs, breaking her fall, and providing her with a temporary resting place. This act of collective support underscores the theme of community and mutual aid among beings. Realizing that Sky Woman could not live indefinitely on their backs, and that she needed a solid place to rest and bring forth new life, the animals began to strategize. The great turtle volunteered his broad, strong back as a foundation for a new world. But a foundation was not enough. Solid earth was needed. The animals then embarked on a series of daring dives into the unfathomable depths of the primordial waters, each attempting to bring up a piece of earth from the bottom. Various animals, often including the otter, the beaver, and the loon, bravely attempted the dive. But the depths were too vast, and the water too dark and cold. They resurfaced, exhausted and unsuccessful, their efforts illustrating the immense challenge of creation and the need for perseverance. Finally, the smallest and seemingly least powerful among them, the muskrat, volunteered. Despite its size, the muskrat possessed immense courage and determination. It dove deep into the murky abyss, remaining submerged for an incredibly long time. When it finally resurfaced, it was on the verge of exhaustion, its tiny body barely able to cling to the great turtle's back. Tragically, in many versions, the muskrat died from its heroic effort. However, clenched tightly in its tiny paw, it held a small, precious clump of mud or earth. This act of profound sacrifice by the smallest creature highlights the virtue of humility and the idea that even the seemingly insignificant can play a crucial role in grand transformations. Sky Woman, with her innate wisdom and divine power, took the tiny bit of earth and began to sing and dance upon the great turtle's back. As she danced, moving clockwise, she spread the earth, and miraculously, the small clump began to grow. It expanded slowly at first, then more rapidly, forming a vast, flat landmass that spread across the back of the great turtle. This is how Turtle Island, the continent of North America, came into being, a living entity supported by the enduring strength of the great turtle. The continuous growth and sustenance of the earth are attributed to the ongoing efforts of the turtle, whose occasional shifts or movements are said to cause earthquakes. Upon this newly formed earth, Sky Woman continued her creative work. From the various plants and roots she had brought with her from the sky world, or which she nurtured from the earth itself, she brought forth life. She planted seeds, and from them sprang the vital crops that would sustain humanity. The three sprescorn beans and squashwitch are the foundational agricultural staples of the Houdinous D, grown together in symbiotic harmony. She also brought forth other plants, trees, and medicinal herbs, shaping the landscape and providing for the well-being of future generations. Her actions emphasize her role as a life-giver and nurturer, directly linking the fertility of the earth to her divine presence. As Sky Woman continued to transform the world, she gave birth to a daughter. This daughter, too, would play a crucial role in the unfolding creation. Eventually, This daughter gave birth to twin sons, conceived mysteriously, often without a direct male partner, or in a manner connected to the elements. These twins are the embodiment of opposing forces and the architects of the world's duality. They are commonly known as good mind and evil mind. Good mind, born first and through the proper way, was benevolent, light-filled. He worked with the existing elements, bringing order and ease to the world. His creations reflect an intention for balance and simple, sustainable living, and sought to create difficulties, suffering, and challenges for humanity. He created rapids in rivers, thorns on plants, venomous animals, rugged mountains, and swamps. He also created harmful creatures and diseases, intending to test and torment humanity. His creations represent the necessary hardships and struggles that shape character and provide challenges for growth. The contrast between the twins highlights the fundamental duality inherent in the world. Neither twin is entirely good or evil in a simplistic sense. Rather, they represent the necessary balance of opposing energies that make life complex, challenging, and ultimately meaningful. The relationship between good mind and evil mind was one of constant struggle and opposition, shaping the very landscape and the nature of existence. For example, if good mind created a fertile plain, evil mind might create a barren desert nearby. If good mind made a straight path, evil mind would twist it into a crooked, difficult trail. Beauty and danger, reflecting the natural complexities of the environment and the human experience. Eventually, their rivalry culminated in a fierce and decisive battle. This epic confrontation was not just a physical struggle, but a cosmic one, determining the ultimate characteristics of the world for humanity. Good mind, armed with a deer antler, battled evil mind, who wielded a flint knife. After a prolonged and arduous fight, good mind ultimately triumphed over evil mind. Good mind, having established the predominant order of the world, then took on the role of guardian and sustainer, continuing to watch over humanity. In other versions, she simply resides beneath the earth, ensuring its continued fertility. The cultural significance of the Iroquois creation story is profound and far-reaching. It lays the groundwork for their matrilineal social structure, where lineage is traced through the mother, and women hold significant political and spiritual power. Sky Woman, as the original life-giver and planter of essential crops, embodies the sacredness of women's roles in sustaining the community. The story directly validates their agricultural practices, particularly the cultivation of the three sisters, which are not just crops, but sacred gifts from Sky Woman, emphasizing their interconnectedness and importance for survival. The duality of good mind and evil mind explains the balance between good and evil in the world, teaching that hardships and challenges are an inherent part of existence, necessary for growth and resilience. It informs their understanding of cosmic balance and human responsibility to maintain it. The narrative also reinforces the concept of responsibility to steward the earth, as Turtle Island is a living entity, a gift from the sky world to be nurtured and protected. The actions of the animals in aiding Sky Woman highlight the interconnectedness of all beings and the importance of community and cooperation. The story provides an origin for specific plants, animals, and even features of the landscape. Initial actions underscores the importance of dreams and visions as sources of knowledge and guidance in Haudenosaunee spirituality. This creation myth is not a static historical document, but a living narrative, continually retold in ceremonies, guiding moral behavior, and reinforcing the deep spiritual connection of the Haudenosaunee people to their land and their traditions. The Anishinabuzo and the Great Flood. The world renewed. Among the Anishinabus, the creation story often features Nanabozo, a central and complex figure who is both a trickster and a culture hero. His role in creation is not always as the primordial creator from nothing, but rather as a transformer and recreator, particularly after a cataclysmic event such as a great flood. This narrative emphasizes resilience, the importance of humility, and the cyclical nature of destruction and renewal. The story often begins with a world that already exists, but one that has become corrupted or imbalanced, often due to the disrespect or negative actions of humans or other powerful beings. In many versions, a great flood ensues, a devastating deluge that covers the entire earth, a divine cleansing of the world. This flood is sometimes sent by the powerful Mishapishu, a powerful underwater creature angered by human transgressions, or by other spiritual forces reacting to imbalance. Nanabozo, with his characteristic cleverness and foresight, manages to survive the rising waters by building a large raft or a log raft, gathering around him a small remnant of animals, including some of the most powerful and cunning, such as the loon, otter, and beaver. Together, they drift on the endless waters, the old world submerged beneath them. As the waters continue to rise and food becomes scarce, Nanabozo realizes that a new world must be created. He understands that solid earth is needed. So, he begins to implore the animals to dive into the deep, dark waters to bring up a piece of the original earth from beneath the flood. The most powerful and skilled aquatic animals volunteer first. The loon, a masterful diver, plunges deep into the water, remaining submerged for a long time. When it resurfaces, however, it is exhausted and empty-beaked. The depths are too great. Next, the otter, known for its agility in water, attempts the dive, but also fails, returning breathless and empty-handed. Then, the beaver, famous for its engineering prowess and underwater abilities, takes its turn, diving with great determination. But even the beaver, after a strenuous effort, fails to reach the bottom and returns without a single speck of earth. The failures of these strong and skilled creatures underscore the immense difficulty of the task and the desperate situation facing Nanabozo and his animal companions. It is then that the muskrat, the smallest and seemingly most humble of the animals, volunteers. Some versions also include the toad or other small, unassuming creatures. Nanabozo, perhaps with a touch of skepticism due to its size, nonetheless gives permission. The muskrat dives into the swirling, dark waters, disappearing for an incredibly long time. The other animals and Nanabozo wait anxiously, their hopes dwindling with each passing moment. Finally, the muskrat resurfaces, barely conscious, its small body lifeless, or seemingly so. It has sacrificed everything for the sake of a new world. Nanabozo gently examines its paw. Clenched tightly in its tiny, lifeless grasp is a small, precious clump of mud. This tiny speck of earth, retrieved at the cost of its life, holds the immense promise of a new creation. Perseverance, and the idea that even the smallest being can make the greatest contribution. Nanabozo, filled with gratitude and renewed determination, takes the tiny bit of earth. In some versions, he carefully places it on the broad, sturdy back of the great turtle, which has been silently serving as their raft throughout the flood. In other versions, he places it on a large, floating log, with his inherent magical power and, in some accounts, using his grandmother's body. Nanabozo begins to nurture the tiny clump of earth. He spreads it gently, sings sacred songs, and performs sacred actions. Slowly, miraculously, the earth begins to expand. It grows larger and larger, stretching out across the waters, forming the dry land that would become the world as we know it. This process is gradual, requiring Nanabozo's continuous effort and nurturing. As the earth expands, he walks upon it, shaping its features, creating mountains, valleys, rivers, and forests. Nanabozo then continues his work as a transformer and teacher. He creates the animals and plants, assigning them their roles and characteristics. He teaches humans how to hunt, fish, gather, and cultivate. He establishes the cycles of the seasons, the patterns of the stars, and the laws of nature. He often brings fire, teaches ceremonies, and provides knowledge necessary for human survival and flourishing. However, true to his trickster nature, Nanabozo is not always perfect or purely benevolent. He can be mischievous, selfish, and even foolish at times, leading to humorous or challenging situations. His actions, both wise and unwise, serve as profound teaching moments for humanity, demonstrating the complexities of existence and the importance of learning from all experiences, even mistakes. He embodies the dualities of life, reminding people that creation often involves both order and chaos, wisdom and folly. The cultural significance of the Anishinaabe creation story is multifaceted. It deeply reinforces the principle of resilience in the face of catastrophe, reminding the people that even after immense destruction, new life and new worlds can emerge through perseverance and cooperation. The motif of the muskrat's sacrifice highlights the importance of humility and the idea that strength can come from unexpected sources. The smallest and most unassuming often possess the greatest courage and spiritual power. Nanabozo's role as a complex trickster culture hero underscores the teaching philosophy of the Anishinaabe, where lessons are often learned through both positive and negative examples, through humor and through challenging conventions. His character reflects the ambiguities and complexities of life, acknowledging that even sacred figures can have flaws and that wisdom can arise from chaos. The story solidifies the concept of Turtle Island as their homeland, emphasizing their deep spiritual connection to the land and the sacredness of all living beings, particularly animals who were instrumental in the world's recreation. It also explains the origins of various natural features, specific animals, and the seasonal cycles, weaving the physical environment into the sacred narrative. The myth underscores the cyclical nature of existence, where destruction is often a prelude to renewal and recreation, fostering a long-term perspective on history and destiny. It teaches the Anishinaabe people their responsibilities towards the earth and its inhabitants, emphasizing respectful coexistence and the understanding that all life is interconnected and interdependent. This story, passed down through generations, continues to inform Anishinaabe identity, their ceremonies, their relationship with the natural world, and their enduring spirit. The Navajo, the emergence from lower worlds, a journey of becoming. The Navajo people, the largest Native American nation in the United States, have an incredibly rich and complex creation narrative known as the emergence story. This is not a story of a single creation event. but rather a profound odyssey through successive lower worlds, each representing a stage of spiritual and moral development, a gradual unfolding of consciousness and the acquisition of knowledge, ceremonies, and identity. This journey of emergence is a fundamental blueprint for philosophy, explaining their deep connection to specific sacred mountains, their intricate ceremonial system, their understanding of balance, and the progressive nature of human understanding. The narrative begins in the first world, known as the Black World. This was a tiny, dark, and primordial realm, shrouded in eternal mist. Its inhabitants were primarily insect people and other primordial beings, shadowy and unformed. In this world, the holy people, supernatural beings who guide and teach, began their work. Here, the first glimmer of consciousness and awareness emerged. However, this world was limited, quickly becoming overcrowded and chaotic due to the inherent nature of its inhabitants. Disagreement and discord arose, leading to the necessity of movement. The beings then ascended to the second world, the Blue World. This world was slightly larger and had a faint blue light. It was inhabited by the swallow people and various small animals. Yet, this world too became marked by conflict and jealousy, disagreements over resources, over territory, and over relationships led to strife. The inhabitants learned lessons about the consequences of unchecked desire and discord. From the Blue World, the beings ascended to the third world, the Yellow World. This world was larger, more expansive, and filled with a yellow light. It was inhabited by the grasshopper people, other creatures, and most significantly, the first people, along with other crucial holy people like Talking God and Calling God. In this world, the beings began to learn about more complex social interactions, resource management, and the beginnings of art and craft. However, even here, a fatal flaw emerged: jealousy and adultery. A significant narrative within this world recounts how first man and first woman became estranged, leading to a separation of men and women for a period. Without the cooperation of both genders, life became difficult, highlighting the essential need for balance and harmonious relationships. This internal discord, often exacerbated by the trickster figure, Coyote, led to further calamities, culminating in a devastating flood that forced the beings to abandon the Yellow World. The flood often begins because of Coyote's mischievous actions, such as stealing a baby from a powerful spirit, underscoring the trickster's role in initiating change, even if through chaos. They climbed through this conduit, carrying with them the accumulated knowledge, ceremonies, and experiences from the previous worlds. This arduous ascent marked a crucial transition, a period of purification and preparation for the next stage of existence. Finally, they emerged into the fourth world, often referred to as the Glittering World, Nihodifsu, though sometimes also called the White World, or different names depending on specific tradition. Chanter. This world was larger and contained more distinct features, but it was still in a formative state, often covered in mist or lacking true light. Here, the holy people actively began to shape the land. They created the sun, moon, and stars, bringing light and order to the cosmos. They formed the four sacred mountains: Mount Hesperus to the west, Mount Taylor to the south, Blanca Peak to the east, and Hesperus Peak to the north, which define the traditional homeland of the people. These mountains are not just geographical landmarks, directions, and ceremonial practices. In the Glittering World, the first people learned the crucial ceremonies and rituals that would define life, particularly the Blessing Way ceremony, which aims to establish and maintain Hojo, a state of harmony, balance, beauty, and order. This concept is central to Navajo philosophy, encompassing physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being, both individually and communally. The holy people taught them how to live in balance with the natural world, how to cultivate corn, and how to organize their society. This world, while beautiful, was still a place of learning and refinement. In some versions, the fifth world is considered the present world, one that continues to be shaped by humanity's actions and the ongoing influence of the holy people. It is a world of continuous becoming, where the lessons learned in the previous worlds remain relevant. The belief that the journey of emergence is not just a historical event, but a metaphor for the ongoing spiritual journey of humanity, continually striving for Hojo and learning from the mistakes of the past. The cultural significance of the Navajo emergent story is incredibly profound. It establishes their deep, inextricable connection to their specific sacred mountains and their homeland, making the land itself a living embodiment of their history and spiritual identity. The progressive journey through the lower worlds explains the belief in continuous spiritual growth and the acquisition of knowledge. Each world presented unique challenges and moral lessons, teaching the importance of cooperation, balance, and learning from past mistakes. The narrative underscores the central philosophical concept of Hojo, emphasizing the pursuit of harmony, beauty, and order in all aspects of life, between individuals, within the family, with the community, and with the natural world. It validates their complex ceremonial system, particularly the Blessing Way, as a means to maintain this sacred balance and to restore it when disrupted. The story also explains the origin of their clan system, their language, their traditional practices, and their spiritual values. It provides a sense of deep historical continuity, tracing their origins through multiple cosmic iterations, and instills a powerful sense of purpose and responsibility to live in harmony with the cosmos. The significance of colors associated with each world and direction is also a key element, weaving a rich symbolic tapestry throughout their worldview. This epic of emergence is a constant reminder that identity is not static, but continually forged through arduous journeys, persistent learning, and an enduring commitment to balance. The Hopi, the journey through four worlds, the path of righteousness and renewal for the Hopi people of northeastern Arizona. Their creation narrative, much like the Navajo, is an emergent story that speaks of a long and arduous journey through successive worlds, each representing a stage of spiritual evolution and moral purity. This narrative is deeply intertwined with their agricultural practices, their ethical code, and their profound connection to the mesas of their homeland. It emphasizes the cyclical nature of destruction and renewal, and the importance of adhering to the Great Spirit's teachings to survive and thrive. The Hopi believed that in the beginning there was only the Great Spirit, the Creator, and his assistant, who was Teoa's nephew, and the planner and executor of the universal design, was tasked with creating the 9 universes, 4 of which would be inhabited by humans, each existing in a different vibrational plane. The story begins in the first world, called Tokpela. This was a perfect, pure world, created by Under Tiowa's direction. Its inhabitants were the first people, living in complete harmony and understanding, their thoughts clear and their lives guided by the purest intentions. They did not need to speak, as communication was telepathic. However, over time, a subtle corruption began to creep in. Some beings started to misuse their creative powers, straying from Taiyoa's original plan. They began to differentiate themselves, some choosing to become more physical and less spiritual. As discord grew and the original purity began to diminish, realized that this world could not sustain itself. To cleanse the universe and allow for a new beginning, caused the first world to be destroyed by fire, consuming the corrupted aspects and freeing the faithful few. Those who maintained their spiritual purity and followed the path of Tioa and were guided to the second world, Tokpa. This world was more physical than the first, and its light was dim. Here, the people began to develop more distinct forms and attributes. They learned to speak, though their language was simple. However, the seeds of disharmony persisted. Instead of living simply and communally, some began to hoard and claim possessions. They built shelters and created boundaries, leading to disputes over resources and land. The harmony that existed was fractured by a growing sense of individuality and self-interest. As the corruption of spirit worsened, again intervened. The second world was destroyed by ice, a deep and freezing winter that froze everything, signifying a cleansing process to preserve the pure spirit for the next stage. The faithful remnant, guided by or other benevolent spirits like Spider-Woman, made their way to the third world, Kuskurza, which was a much larger and more vibrant world, bathed in a yellow light. Here, humanity flourished. The people developed complex societies, built cities, created tools, and engaged in agriculture, learning to cultivate corn, which became a sacred staple and a symbol of life itself. They learned many crafts and developed elaborate languages and diverse customs, symbolizing the richness of human culture. However, with this flourishing came a new form of corruption, greed, materialism, sexual promiscuity, misuse of power, and war. The people began to distinguish themselves not by their spiritual purity, but by their physical possessions and their ability to dominate others. They turned away from the spiritual guidance of the Great Spirit, engaging in internecine conflict and moral decay. They developed complex technologies, including flying machines, which they used for warfare and dominance, rather than for harmonious living. This technological advancement, divorced from spiritual wisdom, led to immense destruction. The spiritual imbalance became so profound that this world, too, was destined for cleansing. With the permission of Tioa, caused the third world to be destroyed by water. A great flood that engulfed everything, washing away the corruption and violence. Once again, only those few who had held steadfast to the road of life, remaining humble, pure of heart, and adhering to the spiritual teachings, were saved. Guided by benevolent spirits, they escaped through hollow reeds or kivas. This arduous journey through the earth's layers, a metaphorical birth canal, purified them and prepared them for the next stage of their existence. This difficult passage emphasizes the spiritual struggle required to overcome materialism and disharmony. They finally emerged, wet and weak, into the fourth world, Tuakachi, the present world we inhabit. Initially, this world was soft and unstable, like newly formed mud. Over time, it dried and hardened, becoming the solid earth we know. Upon their emergence, the people, who were still one homogeneous group, were met by the Great Spirit or his messengers, who reminded them of the covenantous sacred agreement to live in harmony, to respect all life, to follow the spiritual path, and to await specific prophecies. The Great Spirit then instructed them to migrate across the vast lands, dispersing them into different clans and giving them distinct languages, customs, and prophecies to follow. Each clan embarked on a unique journey, guided by specific star formations, cloud patterns, or symbols in the landscape, eventually settling in their destined places, often the mesas of the Hopi homeland. These migrations explain the vast diversity of human cultures and the specific locations of the Hopi clans. The breath of life was also given, imbuing each being with vitality. The cultural significance of the Hopi emergent story is paramount to their identity and way of life. It provides the divine justification for their deep-seated agricultural practices, particularly the cultivation of corn, which is revered as a sacred plant and the source of their sustenance. The story is a constant reminder of their moral code against corruption, greed, materialism, and warfare, lessons learned through the destruction of previous worlds. It emphasizes the importance of community, humility, and spiritual purity as essential for survival and well-being. Their long history of migration, guided by prophecy, explains the diverse origins of their clans and their unique settlements on the mesas. The cyclical nature of the world's destruction and renewal reinforces their belief in the power of spiritual cleansing and the need for humanity to continually strive for balance and adherence to divine law to prevent the destruction of the current world. The story also underpins the significance of their kivas, which symbolize the previous worlds, and the emergence journey itself, serving as sacred spaces for rituals and spiritual connection. The Hopi believe that their continued existence in this fourth world depends on their faithfulness to the original covenant, making their ceremonies and way of life a living enactment of their creation myth, continually striving for balance and fulfilling their sacred purpose. The concept of prophecy is central, guiding their actions and providing a framework for understanding historical events and future possibilities. The Coast Salish raven as creator, transformer, light, water, and salmon moving to the lush, temperate rainforests and abundant waterways of the Pacific Northwest, particularly among the Coast Salish peoples, including groups like the Squamish, Lummi, Haida, Tlingit, Kwak, and many others. Creation narratives often feature Raven as a central, complex, and ambivalent figure. Unlike the all-powerful creator deities of some other traditions, Raven is primarily a transformer, powerful culture hero who shapes the world from a primordial state, bringing essential elements to humanity, often through cleverness, trickery, and sometimes even selfish motives. His tales are less about creation from nothing and more about the reordering and acquisition of existing elements for the benefit of humans. The world in many Coast Salish myths initially exists in a state of imbalance or scarcity. Often, it is shrouded in darkness, or essential resources are hoarded by selfish beings. Raven enters this world, typically as a powerful, intelligent, and insatiably curious being. He is not always benevolent. His actions are frequently driven by hunger, curiosity, or a desire to play pranks. But these often inadvertently lead to profound transformations and benefits for humanity. One of the most famous and widespread Raven stories recounts how he brought light to the world. In the beginning, the world was completely dark, as the sun, moon, and stars were all hoarded by a powerful, selfish old man who kept them hidden in a series of tightly bound boxes or baskets within his house. Raven, observing the people struggling in the perpetual darkness, felt pity, or perhaps, more often, he was simply annoyed by the lack of light, or driven by a desire for a challenge. He transformed himself into a single hemlock needle and floated into the old man's wife's drinking water. She unwittingly drank him, and he was reborn as her grandson, a tiny, crying baby within the old man's house. As a baby, Raven continued his cunning ways. He cried incessantly, mimicking a hungry child, until the old man, exasperated, opened the smallest box to show him a tiny light. Raven immediately snatched it and swallowed it. He repeated this, crying for the next box, then the next, until all the light, the stars, then the moon, then the sun was within him. Once he had absorbed all the celestial bodies, he transformed back into his true raven form, flew up through the smoke hole of the house, and soared into the sky, releasing the sun, moon, and stars into their rightful places. As he burst from the smoke hole, the soot from the house turned his once white feathers black, explaining his current color. This act brought the essential element of light to the world, allowing life to flourish and providing guidance for humans. The story highlights the power of cunning over brute force and the unexpected ways in which order can emerge from chaos. Raven's transformative work continued. In many regions, the world also suffered from a lack of fresh water. All the fresh water was hoarded by another selfish being, often a giant ice monster or a powerful chief who kept it locked away in a spring or a well. Raven, thirsty and seeing the suffering of the people, used another one of his ingenious tricks. He might transform himself into a small leaf or a pebble, tricking the guardian into letting him near the source, or simply use his immense power to break open the dam or ice. He then drank his fill, and as he flew away, some water spilled from his beak, creating the rivers, lakes, and streams that now flow across the land, bringing life-giving fresh water to all. A crucial aspect of Coast Salish life, and thus a central theme in their creation stories, is the abundance of salmon. Raven is often credited with bringing salmon to the rivers. In some tales, the salmon were confined to a specific pool or river, guarded by a powerful spirit or chief. Raven, through a clever disguise or a daring theft, managed to release the salmon into all the rivers, ensuring a perpetual and abundant food source for the people. This act underscores his role as a provider and a transformer of the landscape, directly linking the prosperity of the people to his mythological actions. The creation of humans is also attributed to Raven in some narratives. He might create them from clamshells, or by transforming other creatures, or simply by shaping them from clay or wood, breathing life into them. These acts of creation highlight his role as a primordial ancestor and a shaper of humanity, imbuing humans with some of his own characteristics, including curiosity, cleverness, and a touch of mischief. The cultural significance of the Coast Salish Raven narratives is immense. They directly explain the origins of essential resources like light, fresh water, and salmon, which are fundamental to the survival and prosperity of the Pacific Northwest peoples. Raven's character, simultaneously a trickster and a culture hero, reflects a complex morality. He often acts out of self-interest or mischief, but his actions inadvertently bring about great good for humanity. This teaches that even flawed beings can be agents of change, and that wisdom can be found in unexpected places. The stories also emphasize the fluid nature of transformation, where beings can change shapes, blurring the lines between humans, animals, and spirits. reinforcing the deep interconnectedness of all life. They illustrate the abundance of the Pacific Northwest environment as a gift from the transformer, but also imply the responsibility of humans to maintain balance and respect for these resources. The narratives provide a framework for understanding the world's characteristics, the origins of specific animal behaviors, and the very nature of human cleverness and folly. Raven, through his powerful and often humorous antics, serves as a constant reminder that life is unpredictable, that rules can be bent, and that creativity often involves pushing boundaries. His stories are not just entertaining, they are profound explorations of cause and effect, the nature of power, and the complex interplay between chaos and order in the shaping of the world. Quack, first man from the sea, creation by transformer, ancestors and lineage. Adjacent to the coast Salish, the Quack peoples of Vancouver Island, and the adjacent mainland of British Columbia also possess rich creation myths that focus on the role of transformers, powerful beings who shaped the world and brought forth the first ancestors of the clans. Their narratives emphasize the deep connection to the ocean, the importance of lineage, and the significance of transformation in their worldview. Unlike other creation stories that detail the origin of the entire world from a void, many Quack myths focus on how their specific people came to be, emphasizing ancestral origins. For the Quack, the world, in its primordial state, often already existed, but it was raw, unformed, and lacking the features and inhabitants familiar to humans. It was a time when the boundaries between human, animal, and spirit were fluid, and powerful transformer beings roamed the earth, giving shape to the landscape and creating the first ancestors of the various clans. These transformers were often mythical figures, like Qualico, the great transformer, or others who possessed immense power to change the world and its inhabitants. Many Quack creation stories begin with the arrival of these first ancestors or progenitors. These ancestors did not simply appear, they often emerged from extraordinary circumstances or underwent profound transformations. A common motif is the first man emerging from the sea or from an unusual object found floating in the ocean, reflecting the deep maritime culture of the Quack, whose lives were inextricably linked to the Pacific Ocean and its bounty. A particular lineage might trace its origin to an ancestor who emerged from a giant clamshell, embodying the richness and mystery of the ocean depths. This origin highlights the belief that life itself arose from the sea, emphasizing its sacred and life-giving power. Other origin stories for specific clans involve ancestors descending from the sky world or transforming directly from powerful animals. For example, a clan might claim direct descent from a primordial bear, an eagle, a wolf, or a raven who shed its animal skin to become a human ancestor. These transformation narratives are deeply significant because they explain the origins of the elaborate clan system and the practice of totemism. Each clan identifies with specific animal crests or totems, which are not merely symbols but ancestral beings from whom they derive their identity, privileges, and spiritual power. The myths detail how these animal ancestors first came to be, what powers or characteristics they possessed, and how they transformed into human form to establish the clan. This establishes a direct, living lineage between the human community and the powerful animal spirits, creating a sense of kinship with the natural world and defining social roles and responsibilities. The process of transformation was often enacted by powerful beings known as transformers. These figures traveled across the land, shaping the rivers, mountains, and forests, making them suitable for human habitation. They might create salmon runs where there were none, bring certain trees to prominence, or establish specific hunting grounds. Their actions were often deliberate, shaping the environment to match the needs of the emerging human populations. For instance, a transformer might encounter a powerful animal spirit, and through a struggle or an agreement, cause it to shed its animal form and become a human ancestor, simultaneously imbuing its descendants with certain powers or characteristics associated with that animal. The myths also speak of primordial beings, sometimes called the Cedar Man or Copper Man, representing the fundamental elements of their culture. Cedar, the tree of life for Northwest Coast peoples, provided shelter, clothing, tools, and transportation. The Copper Man reflects the significance of copper as a sacred material, symbolizing wealth, power, and spiritual value, often exchanged in elaborate ceremonies like the potlatch. The creation of these beings from such essential materials underscores their deep connection to their environment and their material culture, showing how the very fabric of their lives is rooted in sacred origins. The cultural significance of the Quack creation myths is profound. They provide the fundamental narratives for their intricate clan system, explaining the origins and prerogatives of each lineage. The myths establish the sacredness of their animal totems, linking individual clans directly to powerful animal spirits and reinforcing their kinship with the natural world. This ancestral connection is deeply expressed through their elaborate masks and totem poles, which visually narrate the clan's origin myths, displaying their animal ancestors and the events of their transformation. The narratives validate the importance of potlatches, grand ceremonial feasts where wealth is distributed and ancestral privileges are publicly validated through the recitation and performance of these very creation myths. The potlatch becomes a living reenactment of their origins, ensuring the continuity of their traditions. The emphasis on transformation in their myths reflects a worldview where reality is fluid and permeable, where beings can shift between forms, and where the spiritual and physical worlds are deeply intertwined. These stories also highlight the deep connection to the ocean as the source of life and sustenance, influencing their fishing practices, maritime skills, and spiritual beliefs related to the sea. The Quack creation myths are not just about beginnings. They are continuous validations of their social structure, their spiritual practices, their ancestral lineages, and their unique place in the world. They are living testaments to the power of their ancestors and the enduring strength of their cultural identity, continually reinforced through ceremony, art, and the spoken word. Pima Tahono Owadam, Earthmaker and Elder Brother, Itoy Song. Creation and ambiguity in the arid, sun-baked lands of the American Southwest. The Pima and Tohono O'odham peoples share creation narratives that speak to the unique challenges and spiritual understandings shaped by their desert environment. Their myths often feature a primary creator figure, Earthmaker, and a more complex, ambiguous figure known as Elder Brother Itoy, who is both a benevolent creator, teacher, and a trickster, bringing both benefits and challenges to humanity. The creation narrative often begins in a primordial state of darkness and emptiness, or sometimes with only a vast, endless ocean. In this void existed Earthmaker, a solitary, powerful being who brought forth the world through his thought, will, and sometimes song. He is often depicted as singing the world into existence, a testament to the transformative power of sacred sound. In some versions, he creates the earth from his own sweat and dirt, symbolizing the intimate connection between the creator and the physical world. He molds the mountains, carves the valleys, and establishes the rivers, shaping the landscape that would become the Awadam homeland. After creating the earth, Earthmaker then attempts to create humans. His early attempts are often imperfect or flawed, perhaps making them too brittle or too watery. He refines his creations, striving for perfection, reflecting the iterative process of creation and the challenges of bringing forth life. He eventually succeeds in creating the first Awadam people, imparting basic knowledge for survival. However, a central and defining figure in the Awadam cosmology is Elder Brother Iitoi, also known as Montezuma in some later, acculturated versions. Though this is a misnomer due to European influence, Itoi is a complex and multifaceted being, simultaneously a culture hero, a creator, a teacher, and a trickster. He emerges into the world after Earthmaker, often appearing from a specific mountain, Babakiveri Peak, which is revered as his home and a sacred place for the Awadam people. Itoi completes the work of creation begun by Earthmaker, bringing forth important plants and animals, and teaching humans how to cultivate them, particularly corn, which becomes a sacred and essential food source in their desert environment. He teaches them how to build homes, how to hunt, how to perform ceremonies, and how to live in harmony with their surroundings. Yet, Itoi's nature is not purely benevolent. He often exhibits trickster-like qualities, engaging in mischievous acts, leading people into trouble, or instigating conflicts, sometimes causing hardship and even destruction. He might lead his people on long, arduous journeys, testing their resilience, or deliberately create challenges for them. Through adversity, humans learn the importance of perseverance, wisdom, and resourcefulness. Itoi's dual nature embodies the inherent ambiguities and paradoxes of life, that challenges can lead to growth, that wisdom is often hard-won, and that even a creator figure can possess flaws. He is a guide who sometimes tests his followers, ensuring they are strong and wise enough to survive in a harsh environment. His stories are not about simple good versus evil, but about the complexities of morality and the necessary interplay of light and shadow in life. A significant narrative involves Itoi leading the Awadam people through a series of migrations, often in response to floods or other environmental calamities. These migrations are central to their identity, explaining how different Awadam communities came to inhabit their specific regions within the vast desert landscape. The myths also explain the origin of various rituals, particularly those related to rain and agriculture, essential for survival in their arid homeland. The power of song and ritual is paramount, as creation itself often occurs through song, and human survival depends on maintaining connection with the spiritual forces through ceremonial singing and dancing. The cultural significance of the Pima Tohono Awadam creation myth is profound. It provides the sacred history for their agricultural practices, with corn being a central, divinely given gift, essential for their survival. The duality of Earthmaker and Elder Brother, Itoi, explains the complexities of their moral universe, where good and bad are intertwined, and where challenges are an inherent part of the journey. It emphasizes the importance of resilience, adaptability, and wisdom for living successfully in the challenging desert environment. The sacredness of Babakivri Peak as Itoi's home establishes a deep spiritual connection to their specific homeland. The narrative reinforces the power of song and ritual as fundamental creative and sustaining forces. The Pima and Tohono O'odham people see their existence as a continuous journey of learning and adaptation, guided by the wisdom embedded in their creation stories, which acknowledge both the benevolent and challenging aspects of the creator figure. This cosmology fosters a unique perspective on survival, leadership, and the cyclical nature of life in their ancient homelands. Zuni, Avona, Willona, and the four sacred wombs. The emergence of the Middle Place, the Zuni people of New Mexico, renowned for their intricate ceremonial life and profound connection to their Pueblo homeland, possess a complex and beautiful emergence myth that describes the journey of humanity from darkness and unformed existence through successive lower worlds, eventually emerging into the sunlight of the present world. This narrative profoundly shapes their communal identity, their agricultural practices. It emphasizes the process of spiritual purification, transformation, and the collective journey towards becoming truly human in their sacred middle place. In the very beginning, there was only Avona Willona, the holder of the paths, or the one who is all a singular, self-existent, creative force. From himself, Avona Willona projected the mist of increase, or exhalation of his being, which solidified and formed the universe. From this primordial mist, the Sun, Father, and the Moon Mother were created, bringing forth the first light and warmth into the vastness of existence. Avona Willona then created the four lower worlds, often described as sacred wombs or chambers deep within the earth. These worlds were stacked one upon another, each progressively more refined than the last. The first world was the lowest, a dark, primordial, and watery place, akin to an amniotic sac. Its inhabitants, the raw beings, including the ancestors of humans, and all other creatures, were unformed, soft-bodied, and barely sentient, crawling like insects or tadpoles in the murky darkness. They possessed only rudimentary awareness. The second world was slightly less dark, with a reddish light, but still damp and crowded. The beings here began to develop more defined shapes and senses, learning to distinguish between themselves. However, their existence was still primitive and challenging, marked by a lack of true understanding or societal structure. The third world was larger, with a yellowish light, and the beings became more like humans, walking upright. Here, they began to learn basic crafts, language, and social organization. However, discord, jealousy, and the misuse of newly acquired knowledge began to plague this world, causing imbalance and suffering. This world represents the challenges of early societal development and the emergence of moral choices. The fourth world was larger still, with a blue light, and the beings became even more human-like, developing agriculture and more complex rituals. Yet, imperfection, suffering, and conflict still persisted, indicating that humanity had not yet reached its full potential for balance and harmony. Throughout their long journey through these lower worlds, the raw beings were guided by benevolent twin culture, heroes. These twins, acting as intermediaries between Avona Willona and the emerging humanity, taught the people lessons at each stage, guiding them towards greater awareness, morality, and understanding. They taught them how to speak, how to farm corn, how to perform ceremonies, and how to live in community. Each ascent from one world to the next was a process of purification and transformation, shedding the imperfections and limitations of the previous stage. The twins cleared paths, battled monsters, and showed the people the way. Finally, after enduring countless trials and learning profound lessons in the four lower worlds, the people, led by the twin culture heroes, found a passage, a giant reed, or a pathway that led them upwards, out of the last womb and into the fifth world, the middle place, which is the present world. This emergence was initially disorienting. The light of the sun was blinding, and the earth was soft and muddy from a recent flood or from its own nascent state. The people were still vulnerable and malleable. The twin culture heroes continued to guide the Zuni upon their emergence. They helped the earth to dry and harden. They established the proper directions, and they taught the people how to build their pueblo, literally the middle place, symbolizing their central position in the cosmos. Here, the Zuni established their unique ceremonial calendar, their Kashina system, their social organization, and their profound agricultural practices centered on the cultivation of corn. The emergence was not the end of their becoming, but the beginning of their purposeful existence in the world. The narratives emphasize that the Zuni's continued well-being depends on their adherence to the spiritual knowledge and ceremonial practices given to them during their long journey of emergence. The cultural significance of the Zuni emergence myth is deeply ingrained in every aspect of their society. It provides the ultimate narrative for their communal identity as the children of the middle place, reinforcing their deep connection to their specific Pueblo homeland, which is seen as the sacred center of the universe. The journey through the lower worlds emphasizes the concept of constant transformation, purification, and spiritual growth, guiding individuals and the community to continuously strive for a state of balance and harmony. It validates their deep agricultural practices, particularly the cultivation of corn, which is revered as a sacred gift and the very lifeblood of their people, explaining its origins and its central role in their ceremonies. The myth underpins the entire Kashina system, providing the spiritual lineage for these powerful ancestral spirits and their role in bringing blessings, rain, and fertility to the community. It also explains their intricate social organization, their elaborate ceremonial cycles tied to the seasons, and their moral code, which values community harmony, adherence to tradition, and humility before the sacred. The Zuni emergent story is not a static account of the past, but a living narrative, continually reenacted in ceremonies, guiding their daily lives, and reinforcing their profound spiritual and historical connection to their unique place in the world. It is a testament to the power of collective memory and the enduring human quest for meaning and purpose. The enduring power of creation narratives. As we conclude our exploration of these diverse and profound creation narratives from Native American mythologies, it becomes abundantly clear that these are far more than quaint ancient stories. They are living, dynamic traditions that continue to shape the identities, values, and practices of indigenous peoples across North America. Each myth, whether an earth diver tale of life from water, an emergence journey from lower worlds, or a transformative act by a culture hero, provides a unique yet universally resonant framework for understanding existence. These narratives establish an unbreakable spiritual connection to the land and the ancestors, imbuing every mountain, river, and plain with sacred meaning and historical memory. They serve as profound blueprints for ecological wisdom, teaching principles of interconnectedness, reciprocity, and sustainable living, lessons learned through the very processes of world making. They are deeply ethical documents, guiding individuals and communities towards balance, harmony, humility, and responsibility. They explain not just the physical world, but the spiritual forces that animate it, defining the relationships between humans, animals, plants, and the myriad spirit beings. The enduring power of Native American creation myths, they address fundamental human questions. Where did we come from? What is our purpose? How should we live? Their answers are found not in dogma, but in narrative, rich with symbolism, adaptable to context, and continually revealed through the oral tradition, ceremonies, and individual spiritual experiences. They remind us that creation is not a singular event, but an ongoing process, a continuous act of becoming, and that humanity's role within this process is one of sacred responsibility and participation. To truly understand a Native American nation, one must first listen to their creation story, for it is there that the essence of their being resides. Trickster figures, chaos, wisdom, and transformation. Welcome back, truth seekers, to History for the Tired. We've journeyed through the foundational creation stories of Native American mythologies, witnessing how worlds were formed and peoples emerged. Now, prepare yourselves for an encounter with some of the most dynamic, perplexing, and endlessly fascinating characters in Indigenous oral traditions. The trickster figures. These are not your typical heroes or villains. They are shapeshifters and boundary crossers, simultaneously creators and destroyers, wise teachers and foolish rogues. They embody paradox, bring both chaos and order, and, through their often outrageous antics, impart profound wisdom. Far from being merely figures of fun, tricksters play a vital role in maintaining cosmic balance, challenging norms, explaining origins, and holding a mirror to human imperfections. They are a universal archetype found across cultures, but in Native American contexts, their manifestations are uniquely tied to the land, the people, and the specific moral lessons of each tribe. They exist outside conventional morality, yet their actions, whether accidental or intentional, often lead to significant transformations that benefit humanity or serve as potent cautionary tales. They are amoral rather than immoral, serving a deeper, often chaotic purpose in the grand cosmic dance. Coyote, the western and southwestern embodiment of duality. Among the vast and diverse Native American nations of the American West and Southwest, particularly the Navajo, Hopi, Apache, Ute, Zuni, and numerous Californian tribes, such as the Madu and Miwok, the quintessential trickster figure is Coyote. He is perhaps the most widespread and recognized of all Native American tricksters, his tales echoing across arid deserts, vast plains, and rugged mountains. Coyote's character is a masterclass in duality. He is at once incredibly clever and cunning, a genius of deception and manipulation, yet also prone to extreme foolishness, arrogance, gluttony, greed, and lust. His behavior can be incredibly selfish, driven by insatiable appetites, yet his actions often inadvertently lead to profound benefits for humanity, making him a reluctant culture hero. He is the ultimate shapeshifter, effortlessly transforming into a human, an old woman, a tree, a piece of wood, or a speck of dust, allowing him to infiltrate, observe, and manipulate situations to his advantage or his downfall. Coyote embodies the chaotic yet necessary forces in the world. serving as a dynamic teacher, often through negative example and a poignant reflection of human failings and triumphs. One of Coyote's most celebrated and culturally significant exploits is bringing fire to the world. In many narratives, the world initially existed without fire, or fire was hoarded by a selfish group of powerful beings, sometimes fire spirits, or a single family residing on a distant mountain. The people shivered in the cold, unable to cook their food or stay warm. Coyote, observing their plight, devised a cunning plan. He transformed himself into a tiny, harmless animal, perhaps a small puppy, a scruffy piece of wood, or even a baby, and stealthily infiltrated the encampment where the fire was jealously guarded. His disguise was often so convincing that the firekeepers, despite their vigilance, took him in. Once inside, Coyote bided his time, waiting for an opportunity. When the firekeepers were distracted or asleep, he would snatch a tiny ember or subtly get fire on his fur or tail. The moment he had the fire, Coyote would shed his disguise and dash away, a streak of light across the dark land, with the furious firekeepers in hot pursuit. The chase was epic, traversing vast distances. As Coyote ran, the fire would grow hot on his tail, and he would skillfully pass it off to other animals waiting in strategic locations along the escape route. The squirrel would take it, singeing its tail. The frog would grab it, burning its back. The lizard might carry it, enduring a burn that flattened its body against the ground. This relay race, a testament to interspecies cooperation, ensured the fire's escape. Finally, the fire would be delivered to the people, bringing them warmth, light, and the ability to cook. The lesson of this myth is multi-layered. It highlights the importance of cooperation among diverse beings, the power of ingenuity and trickery to overcome powerful obstacles, and the essential role of fire for human survival and advancement. But it also subtly reminds the audience of Coyote's self-interest. He often acts for his own benefit, yet good ultimately results. This duality is central to his character. In Navajo mythology, Coyote plays a particularly complex role, often involved in the shaping of the cosmos. One pivotal tale is his involvement in arranging the stars. In the fourth world, when the holy people were meticulously organizing the heavens, carefully placing each star in a perfect, harmonious pattern to form constellations that would guide humanity, Coyote grew impatient. He found the process too slow, too precise, too orderly for his chaotic nature. Driven by a mischievous impulse, or perhaps a desire to speed things up, he suddenly grabbed the buckskin bag containing all the remaining stars, and with a powerful, chaotic sweep, scattered them haphazardly across the night sky. This explains the seemingly random pattern of many stars, the vast Milky Way, rather than perfectly formed constellations. The holy people were dismayed by his impulsive act, but they could not undo it. The consequence was a sky that was both beautiful and chaotic, a reflection of Coyote's own nature. The lessons here are profound. It speaks to the interplay of order and chaos in the universe, the consequences of impatience and arrogance, and how even imperfect actions can lead to enduring features of the world. It suggests that while there is an underlying divine plan, human intervention can lead to unexpected and sometimes less than ideal outcomes, creating a world of both beauty and imperfection. This myth also hints at the fragility of perfection and the unpredictable nature of existence. Coyote also often features in narratives concerning the introduction of death or old age into the world, a difficult but necessary truth for human existence. In many traditions, there was a time when beings did not die permanently. They would simply return to life or rejuvenate. The people debated whether death should be permanent. Some beings, often led by a wise council, argued for continuous life, believing it would be beneficial and prevent sorrow. But Coyote, with his characteristic contrarian view, argued vehemently for permanent death. His reasoning, while seemingly cruel, often had a logical, if harsh, basis. If no one ever died, the world would quickly become overpopulated, resources would dwindle, and life would lose its preciousness and meaning. He might propose that death is necessary for renewal, for the growth of new generations, or to prevent suffering from eternal decrepitude. In some versions, to prove his point, he might throw a stone into water, declaring, if it floats, death will not be permanent. If it sinks, death will be forever. The stone, of course, sinks, sealing humanity's fate. In other versions, he might slam a door shut after a spirit has passed through, making the passage to the afterlife one way. The consequence is the permanence of death and the inevitability of aging. This myth, while somber, offers a powerful lesson about the necessity of cycles, the inherent limits of existence, and the hard truths that shape the human condition. It forces communities to grapple with loss and to understand the natural rhythms of life and death, providing a narrative framework for grief and remembrance. It also shows Coyote in his disruptive role, facilitating a fundamental, if challenging, aspect of human experience. Beyond these cosmic acts, Coyote is frequently depicted battling or outwitting monsters and giants from a primordial time, thus making the world safe for humans. These tales often explain specific geographical features. For instance, Coyote might trick a monstrous giant into falling into a canyon, or outsmart a powerful cannibalistic being, and its transformed body parts become mountains, valleys, or rivers. He might use his cunning to lure a monster into a trap or defeat it through a series of absurd antics, while his motivation might be self-preservation or simply a desire for a meal. His actions inadvertently clear the land, making it habitable for the people. These myths explain the origins of various landscape features while highlighting Coyote's complex role as a bringer of both order and chaos. In some Navajo stories, Coyotes meddling with primordial forces, such as a water monster, can inadvertently lead to great floods or other natural disasters. However, he is often also involved in the eventual resolution, either through further tricks or by seeking the help of the holy people, demonstrating his capacity for both mischief and a strange kind of problem-solving. These narratives underscore the delicate balance of nature and the potential consequences of disrupting powerful forces, even if unintentionally. The cultural significance of Coyote is immense. He serves as a vital tool for explaining human imperfections, providing cautionary tales that illustrate the consequences of greed, vanity, arrogance, lust, and impulsive behavior, without resorting to overly didactic preachiness. His stories are often filled with comic relief, allowing communities to laugh at human follies and the absurdity of life, a crucial aspect of cultural resilience. He embodies the chaotic yet necessary forces that exist within the world, acknowledging that life is not always orderly and that disruption can sometimes lead to unexpected, though not always comfortable, progress. His actions are often directly linked to the shaping of the land, making specific geographical features tangible reminders of his mythological exploits. Through Coyote, people learn about the duality of existence, the interplay of good and bad, wisdom and foolishness, and the complex nature of morality. He is a mirror to the human condition, reflecting both our highest aspirations and our lowest impulses. His tales are not just entertainment, they are profound philosophical inquiries into the nature of existence, the origins of suffering, and the lessons embedded in everyday life, teaching that even folly can lead to wisdom. Raven, the Pacific Northwest's shaper of reality and bringer of light. Among the indigenous nations of the Pacific Northwest coast, including the Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian, Kwakwaka'wakw, Nuchinolf, Raven stands as the dominant trickster figure. Like Coyote, Raven is highly intelligent, cunning, insatiably curious, and opportunistic, but he is often depicted with a more pronounced sense of dignity, even as he engages in mischief. He is often associated with the very fabric of their abundant environment, light, fresh water, and salmon, which are essential for survival in their lush, coastal homelands. Raven is less of a creator from nothing and more of a transformer, taking existing elements and reordering them or acquiring them from selfish beings to make the world habitable and bountiful for humans. His tales are deeply woven into the rich ceremonial life and social structures of these cultures. Perhaps Raven's most iconic and universally recognized myth is his role in bringing light to the world. In the beginning, the world was plunged into perpetual darkness. The sun, moon, and stars were all hoarded by a powerful, selfish old man who kept them hidden away in a series of intricately carved, tightly bound boxes or baskets within his house. Raven, observing the people's struggles in the endless night, felt either genuine pity, a profound sense of curiosity, or, more often, a strategic desire for a challenge. He decided to liberate the light. Raven transformed himself into something small and inconspicuous, a single hemlock needle floating in a stream, a speck of dirt, or even a tiny piece of cedar bark. He then maneuvered himself into the old man's water supply, typically by floating into the drinking basket of the old man's daughter or wife. Unwittingly, she drank him, and he was reborn inside the old man's house as her grandson, a tiny, crying baby. As an infant, Raven began his cunning campaign. He would cry incessantly, mimicking a hungry or restless child, his wails echoing through the house, until the exasperated old man, desperate for peace, would open one of the boxes to show the child a glimmer of light, hoping to distract him. Raven, as the baby, would instantly stop crying, mesmerized by the light. The moment the old man was distracted or turned away, Raven would snatch the light and swallow it, hiding it within his crop. He would then resume crying until the next box was opened. This continued until all the celestial bodies, the stars, then the moon, and finally the glorious sun were safely hidden within Raven. Once he had absorbed all the light, he transformed back into his true raven form. With a triumphant caw, he flew directly up through the smoke hole of the house, his wings powerfully beating the air. As he burst into the sky, the soot from the old man's smoke-filled house covered his once white feathers, turning them permanently black, which explains his current color. Soaring into the vast expanse, Raven then released the sun, moon, and stars into their rightful places, illuminating the world for the first time. The lesson here is multifaceted. It highlights the triumph of cunning over brute force, the breaking of selfish hoarding for the benefit of all, and the establishment of order from darkness. It also presents Raven as a complex figure whose actions, while perhaps driven by a mischievous or self-serving urge, ultimately bring about profound good for humanity. Raven's transformative influence extends to other vital resources. In many Coast Salish narratives, the world also suffered from a critical lack of fresh water. All the fresh water was hoarded by another selfish being, often a giant or a powerful chief, who kept it locked away in a guarded spring or a massive well. Raven, thirsty himself, and seeing the suffering of the people, embarked on another one of his ingenious tricks. He might transform into a tiny object and float into the spring, or use his immense power to break open the dam or ice that held the water captive. He would then drink his fill of the fresh water, and as he flew away, some water would inevitably spill from his beak. As these drops fell onto the dry land, they miraculously formed the rivers, lakes, and streams that now flow across the landscape, bringing life-giving fresh water to all. This act explains the abundance of water sources and reinforces Raven's role as a provider of essential elements. Crucially for the Pacific Northwest peoples, whose lives revolve around the bounty of the sea, Raven is often credited with bringing salmon to the rivers. In many tales, the salmon were confined to a specific pool or a single river, guarded jealously by a powerful spirit or chief who wished to keep the abundance for themselves. Raven, through a clever disguise, a daring theft, or a strategic manipulation, managed to release the salmon into all the rivers and ocean, ensuring a perpetual and abundant food source for the people. This act underscores his role as a provider and a transformer of the landscape, directly linking the prosperity of the Kwakwaka'wakw and other coastal nations to his mythological actions. These narratives not only explain the origin of this vital food source, but also reinforce the practices of respectful harvesting and the spiritual connection to the salmon runs. Raven is also attributed in some narratives with the creation of humans. He might create them from clamshells found on the beach, or by transforming other creatures into human form, or simply by shaping them from clay or wood and breathing life into them. These acts of creation highlight his role as a primordial ancestor and a shaper of humanity, imbuing humans with some of his own characteristics, including curiosity, adaptability, and a touch of mischief. These stories directly connect the people to the natural world around them, emphasizing the fluid boundaries between different forms of life and the inherent power of transformation. The cultural significance of the Raven narratives is immense and deeply integrated into Coast Salish and Kwakwaka'wakw life. They directly explain the origins of essential resources like light, fresh water, and salmon, which are fundamental to the survival and prosperity of the Pacific Northwest peoples. Raven's character, as both a trickster and a culture hero, reflects a complex moral worldview where cunning and even mischievous acts can, through unexpected means, bring about great good for humanity. This teaches that even flawed beings can be agents of change, and that wisdom can be found in the most unexpected places. The stories also emphasize the fluid nature of transformation, where beings can change shapes, blurring the lines between humans, animals, and spirits, reinforcing the deep interconnectedness of all life. They illustrate the abundance of the environment as a gift from the transformer, but also implicitly carry the responsibility of humans to maintain balance and respect for these resources. Raven's tales are not just entertaining, they are profound explorations of cause and effect, the nature of power, and the complex interplay between chaos and order in the shaping of the world. His presence in their potlatches and ceremonial life, often depicted through masks and totem poles, reinforces his role as a foundational ancestor and a powerful, if unpredictable, force in their universe. His stories are living narratives that continue to teach, entertain, and provoke thought among the peoples of the Pacific Northwest. Nanabozo, the Great Lakes and Northeastern culture, hero trickster in the verdant forests, countless lakes, and intricate waterways of the Great Lakes region and the northeastern woodlands, particularly among the Anishinaabe peoples and other Algonquian-speaking tribes like the Cree, Abenaki, and Micmac. The central trickster figure is Nenebozo, also known by various names such as Winnebazo, Winabazo, or Glooscap among Eastern Algonquian groups. Nenebozo is a profoundly significant figure who embodies the full spectrum of the trickster archetype. He is a powerful creator and recreator, a wise teacher, a skilled shapeshifter, and a being who embodies the full range of human strengths and weaknesses, often with a humorous and endearing foolishness. He is intricately tied to the land and its features, and his adventures explain the origins of many cultural practices, natural phenomena, and the very nature of human existence. Often caused by human disrespect for powerful beings, or a pervasive imbalance in the world, covers the entire earth, builds a raft, or clings to a floating log, gathering around him a small remnant of animals. As the waters cover everything, Nanabozo understands that a new world must emerge. He implores the animals to dive for Earth from the primordial depths. While powerful divers like the loon, otter, and beaver fail, it is the humble muskrat who, through immense effort and sacrifice, succeeds in bringing a tiny bit of mud from the bottom. Nanabozo then takes this small clump of earth and often placing it on the back of the great turtle. During this recreation, Nanabozo is not just a passive receiver. He actively guides the process, sometimes singing, sometimes using his spiritual breath to ensure the Earth's growth. His emotional state during this time can be portrayed as one of profound determination mixed with desperation, highlighting his deep connection and responsibility to life. The lesson here is paramount. It speaks to resilience in the face of catastrophe, the power of cooperation, and Nanabozo's unwavering commitment to life's continuation. Nanabozo is also responsible for bringing vital resources and knowledge to humanity, often through cleverness or arduous struggle. He might bring fire to the people, sometimes stealing it from giants or spirit beings who hoarded it, or acquiring it through a strategic challenge. In some tales, he brings tobacco, a powerful ceremonial plant, from powerful giants or spirits, demonstrating the spiritual and social importance of this sacred herb. They teach how these gifts, often obtained through great effort, must be respected and used wisely. Beyond providing resources, Nanabozo acts as a direct teacher of humanity, instructing them in fundamental survival skills and spiritual practices. More profoundly, he establishes the proper ways to conduct ceremonies, rituals, and offerings, explaining their significance and ensuring their efficacy. His actions set the precedents for cultural norms and spiritual protocols. He essentially sets the template for harmonious living and spiritual engagement. Like other tricksters, Nanabozo also frequently engages with giants and monsters that predated human flourishing, making the world safe. He battles these malevolent spirits or outwits them, often causing their transformation into specific geographical features. A large mountain range might be the body of a giant Nanabozo defeated, or a cluster of rocks might be a transformed monster he outsmarted. These myths connect the landscape directly to his heroic deeds, making the physical world a living testament to his adventures. Seeing their history and spiritual stories etched into the very terrain. The cultural significance of Nanabozo is deeply embedded in the worldview of the Great Lakes and northeastern peoples. He is not merely a mythological character, but a constant presence, a culture hero who explains the origins of their customs, ceremonies, and the intricate relationship to their specific landforms. He represents a crucial bridge between the spirit world and the human world, guiding the people in navigating both. His character, embodying both human strengths and weaknesses, teaches about the frailty and immense potential of humanity. He is often portrayed as a loving, if sometimes mischievous, grandfather figure who cares for his human grandchildren, but also tests them. His tales are rich with humor, allowing people to laugh at their own follies and the absurdities of life, which serves as a powerful coping mechanism and a way to impart lessons without harsh judgment. Nanabozo's stories continually reinforce the importance of balance between nature and humanity, between sacred and mundane, and between order and chaos. They remind the people of their enduring connection to the great mystery and their responsibility to live in harmony with all creation. His adventures provide a narrative framework for understanding the complexities of existence, the importance of adapting to change, and the continuous journey of learning and growth. Iktomi, the plains narrator and weaver of illusions. Among the Lakota and Dakota peoples of the Great Plains, the prominent trickster figure is Iktomi, often depicted as a spider, though he can transform into any form. Iktomi is a unique trickster who, unlike coyote or raven, who often bring about benefits, is almost exclusively a source of trouble, deceit, and lessons learned through negative example. He is primarily characterized by his extreme cunning, deceitfulness, laziness, gluttony, and arrogance. He is a master of disguise and illusion, weaving intricate webs of trickery. But his schemes often unravel due to his own greed, overconfidence, or foolishness, leading to his humiliating downfall. Iktomi rarely performs heroic deeds. Instead, he serves as a cautionary figure, highlighting human vices and the consequences of moral failings. One of Iktomi's most famous and frequently told tales is Iktomi and the Ducks. In this story, Iktomi, being lazy and hungry, spots a flock of ducks on a pond. He concocts a plan to get an easy meal without having to hunt. He approaches the ducks, often disguised as an old man or a traveling musician, and persuades them to engage in a new, exciting dance. He tells them, "I have a wonderful new song and a special dance, but for the dance to work, you must close your eyes and spin around. The one who peeks will turn red." The gullible ducks, excited by the prospect of a new game, begin to dance with their eyes closed, spinning and twirling as Iktomi sings his deceptive song. As the ducks dance blindly, Iktomi stealthily begins to wring their necks, one by one, tossing their lifeless bodies aside. His greed and gluttony consume him, making him careless. One duck, however, driven by suspicion or curiosity, peeks open an eye. The remaining ducks scatter in panic, flying away. Iktomi, startled and enraged that his meal has been ruined, tries to catch them, but they are too fast. In his haste, he often trips or becomes entangled in his own web or in some thorny bushes, a consequence of his impatience and overconfidence. In some versions, the ducks he failed to catch are said to have red eyes or necks from peeking or being startled, explaining their current characteristics. The lesson here is clear and direct. It is a powerful cautionary tale against greed, deceit, and laziness. It teaches the importance of vigilance and skepticism, reminding people not to be easily fooled by false promises or attractive illusions. Iktomi's repeated failures due to his own vices serve as a stark warning about the consequences of moral failings. Iktomi's attempts to trick other animals for food, or simply for amusement, often backfire spectacularly, leaving him hungry, humiliated, or physically harmed. He might try to trick a coyote into a trap, only to fall into it himself. He might try to steal food from a badger, only to be outsmarted and left with nothing but dirt. His stories often show him suffering the very consequences he intended for others, reinforcing the principle of karma or poetic justice. Unlike other tricksters, who often bring benefits even through their mischief, Iktomi's purpose is almost solely to be a negative example, a foil against which proper behavior is measured. The cultural significance of Iktomi is rooted in his role as a powerful pedagogical tool. He teaches about the dangers of deception, greed, arrogance, and laziness. His tales are vivid cautionary lessons, particularly for younger generations, about how these vices lead to suffering and misfortune. He provides a crucial outlet for humor within the community, allowing people to laugh at human follies and absurdities, serving as a social pressure valve. While he causes trouble, his presence implicitly emphasizes the importance of humility, vigilance, and ethical conduct. He reminds people that outward appearance can be deceiving, and that quick schemes often lead to greater problems. Iktomi, through his relentless blunders and comeuppances, subtly reinforces the values of honesty, hard work, and communal cooperation. Contrasting sharply with his own self-serving nature, he is a constant reminder that the world is full of trickery, and one must be wise and watchful to navigate it successfully. The enduring role of tricksters. As we conclude our exploration of these remarkable Native American trickster figures, Coyote, Raven, Nanabozo, and Iktomi, we realize that their vital role in indigenous mythologies extends far beyond mere entertainment. They are profound teachers, embodying the very complexities and paradoxes of existence that humans grapple with daily. These shape-shifting beings, often unpredictable and amoral, serve numerous critical functions within their respective cultures. Firstly, they are essential in processing difficult truths about the human condition, suffering, death, imperfection, and the inherent flaws within ourselves. By presenting characters who exhibit greed, foolishness, arrogance, and lust, trickster tales allow communities to confront these negative aspects of human nature in a safe, often humorous, and non-judgmental way. They provide a mirror, allowing individuals to recognize and reflect upon their own impulses and the potential consequences of unchecked desires. Secondly, tricksters play a crucial role in maintaining balance within the cosmos. By introducing chaos, disruption, and challenging fixed perceptions, they prevent stagnation and rigidity. Their antics force adaptation, innovation, and revaluation. They remind humanity that the world is not always orderly, that rules can be broken, and that growth often arises from uncomfortable experiences and unexpected turns. They embody the dynamic interplay between opposing forces, ensuring that life remains vibrant, unpredictable, and continually evolving. Thirdly, their ability to blur boundaries between humans and animals, between the sacred and the mundane, and between order and chaos, fosters a more fluid and adaptable worldview. They teach that transformation is constant, that wisdom can emerge from folly, and that the universe is far more complex than simple binaries. This fluidity encourages resilience and intellectual flexibility, vital qualities for survival in often challenging environments. Finally, the continued relevance of trickster figures in contemporary indigenous cultures is a testament to their enduring power. They are not relics of the past, but living entities within the oral tradition, continually reinterpreted and retold to address modern challenges while transmitting ancient wisdom. They remind indigenous peoples of their unique ways of understanding the world, their resilience in the face of adversity, and the importance of humor and critical thinking. The trickster, in all its varied forms, is a necessary guide, albeit an unconventional one. They teach us to question, to observe, to laugh, and to understand that wisdom often arrives in the most unexpected and chaotic packages. They ensure that humanity remains humble, vigilant, and forever engaged in the ongoing process of learning from both triumph and folly. Curiosity piqued. The journey into Native American mythology is far from over. Next on History for the Tired, we'll explore spirits of nature and the animal kingdom, the profound spiritual connection indigenous peoples have with the natural world, and the powerful lessons imparted by the animals, plants, and elements around us. Don't miss this illuminating dive into ecological wisdom and sacred kinship. Be sure to subscribe to History for the Tired on YouTube and hit that notification bell to join us. Spirits of nature and the animal kingdom, sacred kinship, and ecological wisdom, welcome back to History for the Tired. We've journeyed through the cosmic beginnings of worlds and explored the paradoxical wisdom of trickster figures. Now, prepare to immerse yourselves in a cornerstone of Native American spirituality, the profound, living relationship with spirits of nature and the animal kingdom. For indigenous peoples across North America, the natural world is not a collection of inanimate resources to be exploited, nor is it merely a beautiful backdrop to human existence. Instead, it is a sentient, interconnected web of life, teeming with spiritual power and inhabited by beings that are regarded not as lesser creatures, but as relatives, teachers, guides, and sacred kin. This fundamental difference in worldview, all my relations, underpins every aspect of their societies, shaping their ceremonies, their moral codes, their understanding of health, and their very identity. In this worldview, every element of the natural world, from the smallest insect to the grandest mountain, from the whispering wind to the deepest river, possesses its own spirit, its own inherent value, and its own unique lessons to offer humanity. Animals are seen as embodied spirits, often more ancient and wise than humans, capable of teaching survival, providing guidance, and embodying essential virtues. Plants are not just food or medicine. They are sacred gifts from the Creator, holding spiritual power and the wisdom of healing. The land itself is a living entity, a nurturing mother, whose features are imbued with ancestral memory and mythological significance. This section will delve into the intricate ways these spiritual connections manifest, revealing an ecological wisdom born from millennia of respectful coexistence and reciprocal relationship. The animal kingdom guides, teachers, and ancestors. For countless Native American nations, animals hold a place of profound reverence and spiritual importance. They are not merely creatures to be hunted or observed. They are often regarded as embodied spirits, possessing their own unique forms of power and serving as vital teachers, guides, and even direct ancestors of specific clans or lineages. Through their behaviors, their adaptations, and their very existence, animals impart crucial lessons about survival, social organization, morality, and the intricate balance of the natural world. Many cultural practices, from hunting protocols to ceremonial dances, are directly informed by the wisdom gleaned from animal kin. Let us explore some prominent examples of how specific animals are revered and understood across various Native American traditions. The bear, strength, healing, and introspection across North America. From the vast plains to the dense forests of the northwest coast and northeast, the bear is a deeply revered and powerful animal spirit. Symbolism. The bear symbolizes immense strength, courage, and protection, especially motherly instincts. Its ability to hibernate and then re-emerge in spring gives it powerful associations with healing, rebirth, and resurrection. Bears are also seen as symbols of introspection, wisdom, and leadership, spending time alone in their dens, emerging with renewed clarity. Myths and significance. Bear as healer, medicine bringer. Many myths describe bears as the original teachers of healing. Stories tell of bears leading human healers to specific medicinal plants, often while foraging for their own sustenance after emerging from hibernation. The bear's knowledge of roots, berries, and herbs is considered unparalleled. For example, among the Lakota, the bear is associated with traditional medicine, and ceremonies might involve bear dances to invoke healing power. A common theme is a lost or injured human being rescued and nursed back to health by a bear, learning about plants and remedies during their recovery. This directly led to human understanding of the natural pharmacy. Bear as ancestor, transformer, especially prevalent among Northwest Coast nations. Bears are often considered direct ancestors of certain clans. Myths recount how a primordial bear transformed into a human ancestor, or how humans could transform into bears and back, highlighting the fluid boundaries between human and animal realms. These stories validate clan identities and specific ceremonial privileges, such as the right to perform certain dances or wear particular masks depicting bear crests. Bear ceremony. Respect. Given the bear's power and its vital role in healing and ancestry, profound respect is shown. Hunting protocols for bears are extremely stringent, involving elaborate prayers before and after the hunt, offerings of tobacco or other sacred items, and specific rituals for the proper disposal of remains to ensure the bear's spirit is honored and will return. Bear dances are performed not just for healing, but to honor the bear's spirit and its continued generosity. Cultural implication. The reverence for the bear profoundly influences Native American understanding of nature's pharmacy and the importance of traditional medicine. It teaches respect for powerful predators, recognizing their place in the ecosystem. It also fosters an understanding of cycles of life and death and the regenerative power of nature, reflecting the bear's annual hibernation and reemergence. The wolf, loyalty, community, and intuition across the vast plains, woodland, and southwestern regions. The wolf holds deep spiritual meaning. It symbolizes intuition, freedom, and an often misunderstood wisdom. Despite historical persecution by European settlers, indigenous cultures recognized the wolf's complex social structure and strategic hunting prowess, myths, and significance. Wolf as teacher, pathfinder. Many myths depict wolves as teachers. They might lead humans through difficult, unfamiliar terrain, demonstrating cunning and endurance. Crucially, they teach humans about cooperative hunting strategies and the power of pack dynamics, emphasizing teamwork and communication through howls and body language. Wolf and brother, sisterhood. Stories often portray humans and wolves as spiritual siblings or close companions, sharing a deep understanding and wisdom. A human might be raised by wolves or be granted power by a wolf spirit. These narratives emphasize a profound kinship, a shared spiritual lineage. Wolf as hunter's guide. Wolves are often seen as spiritual guides for hunters, teaching patience, strategy, and the respect due to prey. A successful hunter might be said to have been guided by a wolf spirit or to possess wolf-like attributes. Cultural implication. The wolf's narratives profoundly influence the emphasis on community, family, and loyalty within Native American societies. They teach about strategic thinking, adaptability, and the importance of communication within a group. By observing the wolf, people learned about the delicate balance of predator-prey relationships and the natural order of the wild, fostering a deeper respect for all life within the ecosystem. The eagle, hawk, vision, wisdom, and spiritual connection. The eagle is arguably the most universally revered bird across nearly all Native American nations, from the vast plains to the arid southwest and the eastern woodlands. Symbolism. The eagle symbolizes unparalleled vision, wisdom, and spiritual connection to the sky world. Its ability to soar to incredible heights makes it a potent messenger to the Great Spirit, carrying prayers and bringing back insights. Its feathers are considered among the most sacred possessions. Myths and significance. Eagle as messenger. Many myths describe the eagle as the primary messenger between humans and the Creator or other powerful spirits. Prayers, often carried on sacred smoke from tobacco, are believed to be carried upward by the eagle to the spiritual realm, and divine messages are believed to be brought back down through the eagle's presence or actions. Eagle and the sacred pipe. In Plains traditions, the eagle is often associated with the origins of sacred ceremonies, particularly the sacred pipe. The pipe itself is often adorned with eagle feathers, symbolizing its role in carrying prayers. Visions received during ceremonies or personal quests often feature the eagle as a guide or a source of profound spiritual revelation. Eagle-S view. Stories highlight the eagle-S ability to see vast distances and perceive things from a higher perspective. This teaches humans about the importance of vision, foresight, and gaining a broader perspective on challenges and life's complexities, rather than being bogged down by immediate concerns. Cultural implication. The eagle's significance profoundly shapes Native American spiritual practices, emphasizing the importance of prayer, vision, and seeking guidance from higher powers. The sacredness of eagle feathers, which are only legally possessed by enrolled tribal members in the U.S. due to their cultural and religious importance, signifies honor, achievement, and a deep spiritual connection. The eagle inspires leadership that is guided by wisdom and a clear vision for the community's well-being. The deer, elk, gentleness, abundance, and sacrifice prominent in woodland, plains, and southwestern traditions. The deer holds deep spiritual meaning. Symbolism. The deer embodies gentleness, swiftness, grace, and abundance. It is also a powerful symbol of sacrifice and provision, as it willingly offers itself to sustain human life, myths, and significance. Deer as provider. Many myths describe deer voluntarily offering themselves to hunters who approach with respect and gratitude. These stories teach that hunting is not merely taking a life, but participating in a sacred exchange where the deer offers its body for human sustenance. The hunter's responsibility is to be humble, grateful, and to use every part of the animal. Deer dances. Across various cultures, deer dances are performed in ceremonies to honor the deer's spirit, express gratitude for its generosity, and ensure its continued abundance and willingness to provide. These dances often mimic the deer's movements and spirit. Deer as a spiritual guide. A deer might lead an individual to a sacred place, teach them about humility and quickness, or reveal hidden wisdom during a vision quest. The deer's sensitive nature often signifies heightened awareness and intuition. Cultural implication. The deer myths instill a profound sense of gratitude for sustenance and underscore the sacredness of hunting as a spiritual act of reciprocity rather than mere sport. They emphasize the interconnectedness of life and death and the cycle of giving and receiving within the natural world. This relationship fosters humility and a deep respect for all beings that sustain life. Fish, salmon, abundance, renewal, and reciprocity for the Northwest Coast nations and certain Great Lakes tribes. Fish, particularly salmon, are not just food, but deeply revered spiritual beings. Symbolism. Salmon symbolize abundance, renewal, perseverance, and the cyclical nature of life. Their annual return to the rivers represents a continuous gift and a powerful act of self-sacrifice. Myths and significance. Salmon people. A widespread belief is that salmon are a distinct people who live in villages beneath the sea. They voluntarily transform into fish to offer themselves to humans as a gift, on the condition that they are treated with the utmost respect. If their bones are returned to the water, they will regenerate and return in the next season. This belief highlights a complex spiritual contract. First salmon ceremony. Elaborate and deeply sacred rituals, such as the first salmon ceremony, are performed annually, marking the return of the salmon runs. These ceremonies involve specific prayers, songs, the careful preparation and consumption of the first fish, and the ritualistic return of its bones to the water. These rites are crucial for ensuring the salmon's continued return and honoring their sacrifice. Salmon as teachers of the journey. The arduous journey of salmon upstream to spawn teaches lessons about perseverance, determination, and the ultimate sacrifice for the next generation. Cultural implication. These myths instill a profound commitment to sustainability and a deep respect for food sources, recognizing them as conscious, generous beings. They drive intricate ceremonial practices centered on reciprocity, the idea that gifts from nature require gratitude, reverence, and careful stewardship to ensure their continued abundance. This spiritual understanding forms the backbone of their traditional resource management, the plant kingdom, sacred sustenance, and healing. Just as animals are revered as spiritual kin, So too are the members of the plant kingdom. Plants are not merely vegetation. They are living beings with their own spirits, often regarded as spiritual gifts from the Creator, holding profound wisdom for healing, nourishment, and ceremonial connection. They are fundamental teachers of resilience, generosity, and the cycles of life. 1. Corn, the life-giver and sacred mother for agricultural societies across the Southwest, Southeast, and Northeast. Corn is the ultimate sacred plant. Symbolism. Corn is the quintessential life-giver, sustenance, and often personified as a benevolent mother figure. It represents the foundation of civilization, spiritual growth, fertility, and the deep connection between humans and the earth. Myths and significance. Corn Mother. Many myths feature a corn mother or a female deity, spirit who brings corn to humans, often through a profound act of sacrifice. For example, in some Iroquois traditions, after Sky Woman descends to Turtle Island, she plants corn from her own body after her passing, signifying that her life nurtures the earth and provides sustenance. In other tales, a benevolent woman or spirit sacrifices herself to provide corn, ensuring the people's survival. Origin of corn in emergence myths. In the Navajo, Hopi, and Zuni emergence myths, corn is explicitly given to the people by the holy people or culture heroes as they emerge into the present world. It is taught as the fundamental food source, central to their ability to thrive in their new environment. Cultural implication. Corn's centrality profoundly shapes the diet, ceremonies, and social structures of these nations. It fosters deep reverence for agriculture and the cycles of planting, growing, and harvesting. In many societies, the sacredness of corn is linked to the honored status of women, who are often the primary cultivators and protectors of the corn, reflecting a matrilineal or matriarchal social organization. The gratitude for corn is expressed through elaborate harvest festivals and continuous prayers for rain and healthy crops. 2. Tobacco, the sacred messenger and offering, widely used across plains, southeast, and northeastern nations. Tobacco is considered a powerful and sacred plant. Symbolism. Tobacco is the primary sacred messenger to the spirit world, a powerful medium for communication with spirits, and an essential offering in virtually all ceremonies. It symbolizes prayer, gratitude, and the sanctity of covenants. Myths and significance. Origin of sacred pipe, tobacco, in Lakota tradition. The white buffalo calf woman brought the sacred pipe and the ceremonial use of tobacco to the people, teaching them how to pray and how to live in harmony. Tobacco, when smoked in the pipe, carries prayers on its smoke directly to the Great Spirit. In other myths, tobacco is a gift from a culture hero or a specific spirit, given as a means for humans to communicate their intentions and gratitude to the spiritual realm. Cultural implication. Tobacco's centrality means it is present in almost all ceremonies, from simple daily prayers to complex rituals, treaty signings, and healing ceremonies. It dictates strict protocols for offerings, emphasizing the sacredness of breath and smoke as direct pathways for prayer and spiritual connection. Its use is never recreational, but deeply ceremonial, signifying profound respect and intention. 3. Cedar, purification, protection, and sacred wood. For Northwest Coast nations, and with significant use among some plains and southwestern tribes, cedar is a profoundly sacred tree. Symbolism. Cedar symbolizes purification, protection, strength, wisdom, and long life. It is often referred to as the tree of life due to its extensive uses and spiritual significance. Myths and significance. Cedar as first ancestor teacher. In some Northwest Coast myths, humans emerged directly from cedar trees or were taught essential skills by cedar spirits. The tree's resilience and longevity reflect enduring wisdom. Extensive material uses. Its bark and wood are used for everything from massive canoes, intricate longhouses, ceremonial masks, woven clothing, and utilitarian baskets. This physical dependence reinforces its spiritual veneration. Spiritual cleansing. The smoke from burning cedar is widely used in purification rituals to cleanse negative energies, bless spaces, and prepare individuals for prayer or ceremony. Its aromatic properties are believed to drive away unwanted spirits and invite positive ones. Cultural implication. The sacredness of cedar deeply integrates material culture with spiritual meaning. Its pervasive use signifies a holistic relationship with the environment, where the gifts of the tree provide not only physical sustenance, but also spiritual well-being and connection. 4. Sage, cleansing, wisdom, and preparation, commonly used across the plains, Southwest, and Great Basin regions. Sage is another crucial ceremonial plant. Symbolism. Sage primarily symbolizes purification, cleansing, wisdom, and spiritual preparation. Myths and significance. Origin of smudging. The practice of smudging is a foundational purification ritual. Myths often describe it as a gift from spirits or a teaching about how to cleanse oneself and one's surroundings of negative energies, thoughts, or emotions, preparing for prayer, ceremony, or important decisions. Cultural implication. Sage is central to smudging ceremonies, which are performed daily by many or before any significant gathering. Its use underscores the importance of spiritual cleanliness and preparing a clear mind and heart for interaction with others and the spirit world. It emphasizes the concept of clearing away negative energy to allow for positive spiritual flow. Elemental and land spirits, the living earth and sky beyond animals and plants. The very elements and features of the earth and sky are imbued with powerful spiritual essence. For Native Americans, the earth is mother and the sky is father, and every natural phenomenon holds purpose and personality. 1. Mountains, sacred boundaries, homes of spirits, and places of vision. Across many regions, particularly the Southwest, plains, and beyond, mountains are deeply sacred. Symbolism. Mountains symbolize sacred boundaries, homes of powerful spirits, places of profound vision, connection to the sky, and protection. Their enduring presence represents ancient wisdom and stability. Myths and significance. Navajo sacred mountains. For the Navajo, therefore, sacred mountains, Blanca Peak, Mount Taylor, San Francisco Peaks, and Hesperus Peak, define their traditional homeland. These are not just geographical markers, but living entities, infused with spiritual power, each associated with specific colors, directions, and sacred materials. Their presence offers protection and guidance, and they are frequently referenced in ceremonies, vision quest sites. For many plains and other tribes, mountains are paramount locations for vision quests, where individuals seek spiritual guidance, isolation, and profound revelations from the spirit world. The arduous journey up a mountain symbolizes the spiritual struggle and commitment required for such a profound experience. Cultural implication. Mountains tie the people intimately to their land as identity, serving as a constant reminder of their ancestral history and spiritual connection. They are destinations for pilgrimage and sites for deeply personal spiritual growth. 2. Rivers, lakes, and oceans. Lifeblood, purification, and transformation. Water in all its forms is revered universally. Symbolism. Water is the lifeblood of the earth, symbolizing purification, journey, transformation, and the homes of powerful spirits. Myths and significance. Water as cleanser. Water plays a crucial role in many flood myths, where it cleanses the world of imbalance. It is universally used in ceremonial cleansing and purification rituals. Water spirits, powerful spirits, reside in significant bodies of water, such as the Mishapeshu in Great Lakes traditions, who can be both benevolent and fearsome, guarding the waters and their resources. These spirits are often associated with the abundance of fish. Cultural implication. Water's sacredness instills profound reverence for its life-giving properties and dictates careful fishing and resource management protocols. Ceremonies often involve water to signify spiritual cleansing, rebirth, and the flow of life. Specific bodies of water are woven into tribal histories and mythological narratives. 3. Wind, air, the breath of life, and invisible force. The unseen yet ever-present element of air and wind holds deep spiritual meaning. Symbolism. Wind is often equated with the breath of life, a spiritual essence, a messenger, and a force of change and movement. It represents the invisible yet powerful forces that shape the world. Myths and significance. Holy wind for the Navajo. The holy wind is a fundamental life force that imbues all living things with consciousness, breath, and the power of thought. It is seen as a guiding principle, teaching proper behavior and connecting all beings. Wendigo Ea in stark contrast. Some Algonquian myths feature the Wendigo or Ea, a monstrous spirit associated with the biting cold winds of winter and the terrifying consequences of starvation and cannibalism. This duality reflects the creative and destructive aspects of natural forces. Cultural implication. The sacredness of breath underscores the interconnectedness of all living things through the shared act of breathing. It teaches about the power of unseen forces and the subtle ways in which spiritual energy moves through the world, guiding life and influencing events. 4. Thunder, lightning, power, purification, and renewal. The awesome power of thunderstorms is often personified as mighty spirits. Symbolism. Thunder and lightning symbolize immense power, purification, renewal, and divine intervention. They are often seen as bringers of essential rain and protectors. Myths and significance. The thunder beings are powerful, benevolent spirits residing in the clouds, often depicted as giant birds. They bring the life-giving rain necessary for the buffalo and crops, and also protect the people, sometimes warning them of danger or punishing those who disrupt harmony. Eno, the Iroquois thunderer Eno, is a powerful figure who brings rain and watches over the people, ensuring the earth's fertility. He also sometimes punishes those who disrespect the earth or the sky world. Cultural implication. These myths foster deep respect for powerful natural forces, understanding them as sentient and capable of both creation and destruction. They inspire prayers for rain during droughts and provide a spiritual framework for understanding weather patterns. 5. Sun, moon, and stars. Cosmic guides and ancestral presence. The celestial bodies are almost universally revered, Symbolism. The sun is often seen as Father, the ultimate life-giver and source of warmth and light. The moon is Mother, governing cycles, tides, and associated with night, dreams, and feminine power. Stars are often believed to be the spirits of ancestors, guides for navigation, and keepers of ancient stories, myths, and significance. As seen in creation stories like the Navajo scattering of stars by coyote, or the Haida Tlingit raven bringing light, these celestial bodies are actively placed or created, demonstrating their fundamental role in the cosmos. They dictate ceremonial timing and agricultural cycles. Cultural implication. These celestial connections provide a cosmovision, anchoring human existence within the grand patterns of the universe. They guide ceremonial timing, inform traditional navigation, and provide a sense of continuous connection to both divine forces and the ancestral realm. Cultural practices reflecting this connection. The deep spiritual kinship with nature is not merely a belief system. It is actively lived out through a myriad of cultural practices that reinforce reciprocity and reverence. 1. Hunting protocols. For hunting tribes, every hunt is a sacred act. Before setting out, hunters often offer prayers and tobacco to the animal's spirit, asking for permission to take its life and expressing gratitude. After a successful hunt, further offerings are made, and specific disposal of remains protocols are followed to ensure the animal's spirit is honored and will return in the future. The principle is to take only what is needed and to utilize every part of the animal, preventing waste and reinforcing profound gratitude for the sacrifice. 2. Ceremonies. Rituals and ceremonies are often direct enactments of this sacred relationship. Rain dances are performed to implore elemental spirits for life-giving water. Harvest festivals express profound gratitude to plant spirits for their sustenance. Vision quests, often undertaken in remote natural settings like mountains, are deeply personal spiritual journeys where individuals seek guidance from animal or elemental spirits. Sweat lodges, involving heat and water, are purification rituals that connect participants directly to the elements of earth, water, fire, and air. 3. Storytelling. Myths, as we've seen, are not just narratives, but powerful pedagogical tools. They are passed down through generations, embedded with moral and ecological lessons. Stories teach children how to interact respectfully with specific animals, which plants are sacred, and how to read the signs of the land. They serve as living blueprints for proper behavior and deep understanding of the natural world. 4. Place-based knowledge. Indigenous knowledge is profoundly place-based. Every hill, riverbend, rock formation, and significant tree often has a story, a spirit, and a history tied to it. This connection means that the landscape itself is a living library of their spiritual traditions and ancestral memory. This reinforces the concept that land is not property, but a living relative, a repository of history and spiritual power, demanding respect and protection. A living relationship, the Native American worldview, where nature is seen as sentient, sacred, and kin, offers a profound alternative to more exploitative relationships with the environment. The concept of all my relations is not a mere pleasantry, but an active, living philosophy that guides daily life, ceremonies, and ethical decision-making. It embodies a deep understanding of reciprocity. For every gift received from the natural world, a gift of gratitude, respect, and stewardship must be returned. This ecological wisdom, forged over millennia, of intimate connection with specific lands, holds crucial lessons for our modern world, particularly in the face of pressing environmental challenges. It reminds us that our well-being is inextricably linked to the health and vitality of the natural world, that every living being has a spirit, and that true prosperity comes from living in balance and harmony with the interconnected web of life. The spirits of nature and the animal kingdom continue to speak, if only we listen with an open heart and a respectful mind, offering timeless wisdom for humanity's journey on this shared earth. Don't let your journey end here. Next, on History for the Tired, we'll delve into the vibrant world of ceremonies and rituals, connecting the sacred and the mundane. Discover how Native American peoples use elaborate dances, songs, prayers, and community gatherings to honor their traditions, heal their bodies and spirits, and maintain balance with the cosmos. Make sure to subscribe to History for the Tired on YouTube and hit that notification bell to join us on this sacred exploration. Ceremonies and rituals, connecting the sacred and the mundane. Welcome back, truth seekers, to History for the Tired. We VA embarked on a fascinating journey through the creation of worlds and the wisdom of animal kin. Now, prepare to step into the beating heart of Native American spirituality, the vibrant and deeply meaningful world of ceremonies and rituals. For Indigenous peoples across North America, ceremonies are far more than mere traditions. They are vital, living bridges that connect the physical world with the spiritual realm, reinforce community bonds, and meticulously maintain cosmic balance. They are the active, dynamic expressions of a holistic worldview, embodying core principles of interconnectedness, reciprocity, and profound gratitude. In this context, a ceremony is a sacred act, a deliberate and often elaborate performance designed to achieve a specific spiritual, social, or healing outcome. It is through these meticulously observed rituals that individuals and communities reaffirm their identity, heal their bodies and spirits, honor their ancestors, give thanks to the Creator and the natural world, and ensure the harmonious flow of life. Whether grand communal gatherings that last for days or intimate personal observances, ceremonies serve as a crucible for teaching morality, passing down history, reinforcing social order, and ensuring the continuity of cultural knowledge. The sacredness of their protocols, often passed down through generations of oral tradition, underscores the importance of every gesture, song, and prayer. Key elements of Native American ceremonies. While ceremonies vary immensely from nation to nation, certain fundamental elements are universally present, forming the bedrock of their spiritual efficacy. 1. Prayer and offerings. At the heart of every ceremony is prayer, expressed not just in words, but in action and offering. Tobacco is perhaps the most ubiquitous offering, its smoke considered a direct messenger to the spirit world. Cornmeal, representing sustenance and gratitude, is often sprinkled. Water is offered for purification and as a symbol of life. Food offerings are made to honor spirits and ancestors and to share communal bounty. These offerings are acts of reciprocity, acknowledging that the spiritual world provides, and in return, humans show their respect and gratitude. 2. Song and dance. Music and movement are intrinsic to Native American ceremonies. Songs are not merely entertainment. They are living prayers, invocations, and repositories of sacred knowledge. Each song often has a specific purpose to call spirits, heal, give thanks, or recount history. Dances are physical expressions of prayer and connection, embodying narratives, mimicking animal movements, or symbolizing cosmic processes. They are performed to synchronize human energy with spiritual forces, to bring rain, to celebrate harvest, or to prepare for journeys. 3. Sacred objects. Many ceremonies revolve around or incorporate specific sacred objects. The sacred pipe is central, its bowl representing the earth, and its stem the connection to the sky world, its smoke carrying prayers. Drums are the heartbeat of the ceremony, their rhythms guiding participants into altered states and connecting them to the pulse of creation. Rattles are used to call spirits, break up stagnant energy, and provide rhythmic accompaniment. Sacred bundles, containing inherited spiritual items, are opened and used only for specific ceremonies. Regalia, including intricate beadwork, quillwork, and featherwork, are not costumes, but sacred adornments that empower and identify the wearer with specific spiritual roles or clan affiliations. 4. Sweat Lodge. Known as the Inepi by the Lakota, the Sweat Lodge is a nearly universal purification ritual found across many diverse Native American cultures. It is a powerful ceremony for physical, mental, and spiritual cleansing. Participants enter a small, dome-shaped lodge, often made of willow branches covered with blankets or hides, where heated stones are placed in a central pit. Water is poured over the hot stones, creating steam. The intense heat, combined with drumming, singing, and prayer, facilitates purification, confession, and connection to the elements of earth, fire, water, and air. It is a symbolic return to the womb of Mother Earth, preparing individuals for deeper spiritual experiences or simply to cleanse and rebalance. 5. Storytelling. While often informal, storytelling can also be a ceremonial act. During communal gatherings, sacred narratives are recounted, often with specific protocols and at specific times of the year. These stories, as we've explored, convey creation myths, origin stories of animals and plants, moral lessons, and historical events, ensuring the transmission of cultural knowledge and values across generations. 6. Fasting and purification. Many significant ceremonies involve periods of fasting and rigorous purification. These practices are not punitive, but are crucial for preparing the body, mind, and spirit for heightened spiritual receptivity. By denying physical comforts, participants sharpen their senses, clear their minds, and open themselves to visions and spiritual insights. Detailed exploration of specific major ceremonies to truly appreciate the depth and diversity of Native American ceremonial life. Let us delve into some of the most prominent and culturally significant rituals spanning different regions and purposes. 1. The Sun Dance. The Sun Dance is perhaps one of the most iconic and powerful annual ceremonies of the Plains Nations, typically held in midsummer when the buffalo were plentiful. It is a profound communal ceremony focused on renewal, healing, sacrifice, and prayer for the entire people and for the well-being of the world. After decades of severe suppression by colonial governments who deemed it savage due to its intensity and often physically demanding aspects, the Sundance has experienced a powerful resurgence and remains a central pillar of spiritual life for many. Plains tribes today, context and purpose. The Sundance is a collective act of prayer, often pledged by individuals who seek healing for themselves or loved ones, or to give thanks for blessings received. or simply to pray for the well-being of their community and all life on Earth. It is a period of intense spiritual effort and community gathering, signifying a renewal of the tribal spirit, a reaffirmation of their covenant with the Great Spirit, and a deep connection to the earth and sky. Participants and leadership. The entire community participates in some way, providing support, food, and spiritual energy. However, the core participants are the pledgers, individuals who have committed to undergoing the rigorous spiritual and physical ordeal, often guided by experienced spiritual leaders and medicine people. Key elements and flow. Building the lodge. The ceremony begins with the communal construction of the Sundance Lodge, a circular arbor symbolizing the universe. At its center stands the sacred tree, which is carefully selected, cut, and erected with profound reverence. This tree, representing the Axis Mundi, becomes the focal point of all prayers and energies. Offerings are placed at its base, symbolizing the sacrifices made to the Creator. Fasting and preparation. Pledgers undergo days of intense fasting and purification in sweat lodges. This rigorous preparation cleanses their bodies and minds, making them spiritually receptive and strengthening their resolve. The dance. Pledgers dance from dawn to dusk around the sacred tree, facing the rising sun, continuously praying. The dance is physically demanding, involving rhythmic movements, often blowing on an eagle bone whistle and focused intention. The piercing, historically, a central aspect for many plains tribes, involved piercing, for example, small skewers inserted into the chest or back muscles, attached by ropes to the central pole or buffalo skulls. This was a deeply personal act of sacrifice, a physical offering of flesh and pain directly to the Great Spirit, an embodied prayer for the community's healing and prosperity. While controversial and often sensationalized by outsiders, for participants, it was a profound act of selflessness, demonstrating immense spiritual fortitude and dedication. Today, many sun dances continue without piercing, focusing on the fasting, dancing, and prayer as sufficient acts of sacrifice, vision, and renewal through the intensity of the dance. Fasting and prayer. Participants often enter a heightened spiritual state, seeking visions or spiritual insights. The communal effort, the shared prayers, and the individual sacrifices coalesce into a powerful experience of communal renewal, cleansing the collective spirit and reinforcing the bonds that hold the people together. Symbolism. The sun dance is replete with symbolism. The lodge represents the universe. The sacred tree is the axis mundi, connecting all realms. The buffalo skull represents the sacred buffalo, a life giver. The sun represents the Great Spirit's power and generosity. The sacrifice symbolizes the willingness to give one's utmost for the well-being of the community. Cultural implication. The sun dance is a testament to the resilience and spiritual fortitude of plains peoples. It reinforces values of selflessness, courage, and unwavering prayer. It is a powerful affirmation of community cohesion, bringing people together from different bands or reservations, reaffirming their shared identity and preserving their spiritual heritage in the face of ongoing challenges. Its resurgence is a profound act of cultural revitalization and resistance against colonial attempts to eradicate indigenous spiritual practices. 2. The potlatch. The potlatch is a grand and elaborate ceremonial feast unique to the highly stratified and artistic societies of the Pacific Northwest coast. It is not a single event, but a complex system of intertwined ceremonies that mark significant life passages and validate social status, context, and purpose. Potlatches are held to commemorate major life events, births, deaths, marriages, naming ceremonies, the raising of a new totem pole, the building of a new house, or the inheritance of a title. While outsiders often misunderstood them as merely giving away goods, their primary purposes are to redistribute wealth within the community, ensuring no one is truly impoverished, validate and solidify the social status, rank, and inherited privileges of the host family or individual in front of invited guests who serve as witnesses, tell and preserve oral history through the dramatic recounting of myths, clan lineages, and historical events, display magnificent artistry in masks, regalia, carvings, and painted objects, which are often created specifically for the pot. Key elements and flow. A potlatch is a multi-day event, often lasting for several days, involving hundreds of guests. Feasting. Lavish feasts are prepared and served, showcasing the abundance of the land and sea. Masked dances and dramatic performances. Guests are treated to elaborate masked dances, songs, and dramatic enactments of clan myths and ancestral stories. Performers embody spirits, animals, and mythological figures, bringing the oral history to life. The masks are often incredible works of art, imbued with spiritual power, storytelling, and recitation. Orators and chiefs recount long genealogies, clan histories, and the origins of their privileges, formally witnessed by the assembled guests. This is a crucial act of validating their status. Gifting. At the climax, the host family gives away vast quantities of meticulously prepared gifts to all the invited guests. These gifts could range from blankets, carved wooden spoons, fishing hooks, or copper shields. The more the host gives away, the greater their prestige and status. Wealth is not hoarded, but circulated and displayed through generosity. Symbolism. The potlatch symbolizes a profound understanding of wealth, not as accumulation, but as the ability to give. It represents the reaffirmation of social order and the intricate network of family lines and clan identity. The elaborate artistry displayed symbolizes the spiritual power and aesthetic sophistication of the people. It is a celebration of abundance, a means of honoring ancestors, and a powerful expression of identity. Cultural implication. The potlatch system reveals a highly sophisticated social and economic structure among Northwest Coast nations. It was their primary means of validating inherited rights, preserving oral history, and facilitating economic redistribution. The Canadian and U.S. governments outlawed the potlatch for many decades, recognizing its vital role in maintaining Indigenous cultural and political autonomy. Its resurgence today is a powerful act of decolonization and cultural revitalization, reconnecting communities to their ancestral ways and reaffirming their unique identities and wealth systems. 3. The Green Corn Ceremony, Busk. The Green Corn Ceremony, known as the Busk, is the most important annual festival for many southeastern Native American nations. Held in late summer, it celebrates the first ripening of the corn crop, marking a period of profound spiritual and social renewal. Context and purpose. This is primarily a harvest festival and a time of communal cleansing and forgiveness. It symbolizes the beginning of a new year, a fresh start, and an opportunity for individuals and communities to cleanse themselves of past wrongs and renew their commitment to harmonious living. It is an expression of deep gratitude for the gift of corn the primary sustainer of life for these agricultural societies. Key elements and flow. The ceremony typically lasts several days, centered around the community's sacred ceremonial ground. New fire lighting. All old fires in the community are extinguished. A new sacred fire is kindled, usually by traditional methods, symbolizing purification and a fresh beginning. Homes are thoroughly cleaned, and new cooking fires are lit from the central sacred fire. Fasting. For a period, often before the actual consumption of the new corn, participants engage in fasting to purify their bodies and minds. Feasting on green corn. The highlight is the communal feasting on the newly ripened, tender green corn, which is not yet fully mature, but symbolizes the promise of abundance. This shared meal reinforces communal bonds, dancing, and games. Traditional dances are performed, celebrating life, harvest, and the continuity of the people. Often, competitive games, such as stickball, are played, which serve both recreational and ceremonial purposes, sometimes settling disputes or reinforcing inter-clan relations. Purification rituals. Various purification rituals might be performed, including scratching using a sharp instrument to lightly scratch the skin, believed to cleanse the blood, and increase spiritual power, and consuming a traditional emetic, a bitter herbal drink designed to induce vomiting, seen as a powerful physical and spiritual cleanser. Forgiveness and amnesty. A unique and vital aspect of the busk is the emphasis on forgiveness and amnesty. Minor offenses committed throughout the year are often forgiven at this time. Disputes are resolved, and a renewed sense of communal harmony is established. Major crimes, however, might still be addressed through tribal law. Symbolism. The green corn ceremony is rich with symbolism. The new fire represents renewal of life and purity. The green corn symbolizes spiritual and physical sustenance and the Earth Mother's generosity. The cleansing rituals represent spiritual purification and starting anew. The forgiveness aspect embodies the importance of communal harmony and reconciliation within the social fabric. Cultural implication. The busk reinforces the sacredness of the agricultural cycle and the central role of corn in sustaining life. It is a powerful mechanism for communal renewal and self-governance, allowing communities to cleanse past grievances and begin a new year with a spirit of unity and shared purpose. It also reinforces the values of responsibility, discipline, and the deep connection to the land that defines Southeastern Indigenous peoples. 4. The Vision Quest Handblokia. The Vision Quest, known as Handblokia by the Lakota, is a deeply personal and transformative spiritual journey undertaken by individuals seeking guidance, knowledge, and direct connection with the spirit world. It is often a pivotal rite of passage for young people, but can be undertaken by adults at any point in their lives when seeking profound direction, context, and purpose. The primary purpose of a vision quest is to receive a vision from the spirit world, which will reveal one's purpose in life, grant spiritual power, provide healing, or offer guidance for a particular challenge. It is a profound act of spiritual seeking, a direct plea to the Creator and the spirits for wisdom, key elements, and flow. The vision quest is a solitary endeavor, but it is always undertaken with the guidance and support of an elder or spiritual leader. Purification. The individual undergoes rigorous purification rituals, often in a sweat lodge, to cleanse their body, mind, and spirit in preparation for heightened spiritual receptivity. Fasting and solitude. The seeker then goes alone to a designated sacred natural place, a remote mountaintop, a secluded hill, a sacred grove, or a designated vision pit. They traditionally fast from food and water for several days, and often from sleep, enduring the elements and their own physical discomforts, prayer and waiting. The time is spent in continuous prayer, offering tobacco and crying out to the spirits for a vision. The experience is one of profound vulnerability and open surrender, waiting patiently for a spiritual revelation. The vision. A vision might come in various forms: a powerful dream, the appearance of an animal spirit helper who imparts a message, an encounter with a spirit being, a significant natural phenomenon, or a strong inner knowing. The vision is often symbolic and requires careful interpretation with the help of the guiding elder. It is believed to be a direct communication from the spirit world. Return and integration. Upon returning, the seeker shares their experience with their elder, who helps interpret the vision's meaning and its implications for the individual's life path, responsibilities, and future contributions to the community. Symbolism. The vision quest is a powerful symbol of personal sacrifice and spiritual seeking. The solitude represents the journey into the self and the vastness of the spirit world. The fasting embodies discipline and the stripping away of material distractions. The vision itself symbolizes direct communication with spirits and the acquisition of spiritual power and self-discovery. Cultural implication. The vision quest is crucial for individual spiritual growth and personal responsibility. It helps individuals discover their unique gifts, roles, and purpose within the community. The validation and interpretation of the vision by elders integrate the individual as spiritual experience into the collective wisdom of the tribe, guiding their path forward and emphasizing the importance of seeking spiritual guidance in life. 5. Healing ceremonies. Native American traditions hold a holistic view of health, understanding that illness is often a symptom of disharmony or imbalance within an individual or their relationship with the cosmos. Therefore, healing ceremonies are designed not just to alleviate symptoms, but to restore balance, harmony, and connection to the spiritual forces that sustain life. Context and purpose. Healing ceremonies are performed to address various forms of illness, from specific physical ailments to psychological distress, spiritual malaise, or societal imbalance. The fundamental purpose is to remove the underlying disharmony and realign the individual with the natural order and the sacred powers. Key elements and flow. Healing ceremonies are incredibly diverse, ranging from intimate one-on-one sessions with a healer to multi-day elaborate public rites involving entire communities. Medicine people, healers. These ceremonies are led by highly trained and spiritually gifted individuals. Medicine people, shamans, singers, or curers, who have undergone extensive apprenticeships and possess deep knowledge of herbal medicine, sacred songs, prayers, and ceremonial protocols, chanting and singing. Sacred songs and chants are central, believed to be potent spiritual forces that invoke healing energies, call upon benevolent spirits, and restore balance. Each song has a specific purpose and power. Navajo healing ceremonies. The Navajo are renowned for their complex and beautiful healing ceremonies, such as the Blessing Way, which restores harmony and well-being, or the Enemy Way, performed to treat illnesses caused by contact with non-Navajo or battlefield experiences. These ceremonies can last for several days and involve intricate sand paintings, which are sacred artworks created on the ground with colored sands, representing spiritual beings or cosmological maps. The patient sits on the sand painting, absorbing its power and becoming one with the harmonious image. Upon completion, the sand painting is ritually destroyed, signifying the absorption of its healing power by the patient and the removal of the illness. Use of herbal medicine. Traditional healers often incorporate specific herbal remedies alongside ceremonial practices, as plants are seen as having spiritual intelligence and healing properties. Sacred bundles. Certain healing ceremonies involve the opening and use of sacred bundles, containing objects imbued with spiritual power specific to the healing tradition. Community support. In many traditions, the entire community's presence and participation is considered crucial for the ceremony's efficacy, reinforcing the idea that healing is a collective effort. Symbolism. Healing ceremonies symbolize the holistic view of health, where the spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical aspects are interconnected. The power of song and prayer represents the ability to invoke divine healing. The specific elements of each ceremony symbolize the forces and pathways through which harmony is restored. Cultural implication. These ceremonies underscore the importance of spiritual well-being as foundational to overall health. They validate the profound knowledge and role of medicine people within the community. They also reinforce the deep understanding that illness is often a manifestation of disharmony with the natural or spiritual world, and that community support is vital for individual healing. They are living testaments to indigenous systems of medicine and spiritual care, often operating parallel to or integrated with Western medical practices today. The enduring power of ceremony today for centuries. Many Native American ceremonies and rituals faced brutal suppression by colonial governments, who viewed them as pagan or as obstacles to assimilation. The sun dance was outlawed, potlatches were banned, and sacred objects were confiscated. Yet, despite these immense pressures, indigenous peoples resiliently held onto their spiritual practices, often going underground or adapting them in subtle ways. Today, there is a powerful and widespread revitalization of traditional ceremonies. Communities are actively reclaiming and openly practicing their ancestral rituals, often with a new generation eager to learn and participate. This resurgence is not just about preserving the past. It is a vital act of cultural preservation and identity reaffirmation. Ceremonies provide a direct link to their ancestors, their lands, and their unique worldview, offering strength and resilience in the face of ongoing challenges. They also play a crucial role in healing historical trauma and fostering a renewed sense of pride and self-determination. In many ways, traditional ceremonies are adapting to contemporary challenges, serving as a means to address modern issues like mental health, environmental degradation, and social cohesion, while remaining deeply rooted in ancient wisdom. A living expression of a holistic worldview, Native American ceremonies and rituals are far more than mere historical curiosities. They are dynamic, living expressions of a profound and holistic worldview. They embody a deep understanding that life is sacred, interconnected, and cyclical, and that human well-being is intrinsically tied to the balance of the cosmos. Through their intricate songs, dances, prayers, and symbolic acts, ceremonies connect the past, present, and future, honoring ancestors, guiding the living, and ensuring the continuity of future generations. These rituals are the very heartbeat of indigenous communities, fostering spiritual growth, healing, social cohesion, and the transmission of invaluable knowledge. They remind us that the sacred is not distant or abstract, but woven into the fabric of everyday life. In the breath we take, the food we eat, the relationships we nurture, and the land we inhabit. They offer timeless lessons in gratitude, humility, sacrifice, and the enduring power of community, providing a pathway for all to live in deeper harmony with themselves, with each other, and with the entire living world. Our journey into Native American mythology continues to unfold its rich layers. Next on History for the Tired, we will explore the role of elders, storytellers, and sacred knowledge keepers. Discover how wisdom is passed down through generations, the immense responsibility of preserving oral traditions, and the vital importance of mentorship in Indigenous societies. Be sure to subscribe to History for the Tired on YouTube and hit that notification bell so you don't miss this illuminating dive into the heart of knowledge transmission. The role of elders, storytellers, and sacred knowledge keepers, guardians of tradition and future generations. Welcome, truth seekers, to the culmination of our profound journey through Native American mythology on History for the Tired. We've explored the boundless expanse of creation, navigated the paradoxical wisdom of trickster figures, and immersed ourselves in the sacred kinship with nature's spirits. Now, as we draw our series to a close, we turn our attention to the living conduits of this immense knowledge, the elders, storytellers, and sacred knowledge keepers. In societies where wisdom was rarely confined to written texts, the human mind, heart, and voice became the most vital libraries. For Indigenous peoples, knowledge is not static. It is a living entity, constantly nourished by experience, interpreted by context, and meticulously transmitted through human connection. These revered individuals are the guardians of tradition, the embodiment of collective memory, and the guiding lights for future generations. Their roles are interconnected, indispensable, and foundational to the survival and flourishing of Native American cultures. The oral tradition as a living library, unlike many European societies that historically relied heavily on written documents, Native American nations primarily sustained their histories, spiritual beliefs, laws, and scientific knowledge through a rich and complex oral tradition. This means that knowledge was passed down from generation to generation through spoken word, song, ceremony, and direct mentorship. This form of transmission demands an incredible level of precision, memory, and contextual understanding. It turns the human mind into a living archive and the community into a collective memory keeper. In this paradigm, knowledge is not merely information. It is power, responsibility, and a sacred trust. It is imbued with the spirit of those who have carried it before and those who will carry it forward. The accuracy of this transmission is paramount, especially for sacred narratives and ceremonial protocols, where a single misspoken word or misplaced gesture could alter the meaning or efficacy of a powerful ritual. This is where the specialized roles of elders, storytellers, and sacred knowledge keepers become not just important, but absolutely vital. They are the human infrastructure that ensures the continuity of a spiritual and cultural heritage stretching back millennia. The esteemed role of elders at the pinnacle of this living library are the elders. They are the embodiment of collective wisdom, their lives a testament to endurance, adaptation, and accumulated experience. More than just old people, true elders earn their title through a lifetime of dedication to their communities. their profound understanding of cultural protocols, and their ability to live by the traditional values they uphold. They are the living memory banks, the moral compass, and the patient guides who illuminate the path for younger generations. Symbolism and importance. Elders are living libraries. Their weathered hands and wise eyes carry the stories, songs, and lessons of countless ancestors. They represent the past, providing a critical link to traditional ways of being and knowing. They are often seen as closest to the Creator, possessing a heightened spiritual connection due to their long walk on Earth. Their presence provides stability, continuity, and a sense of belonging for the entire community. Responsibilities, mentorship, and guidance. One of the primary responsibilities of elders is to serve as mentors. They patiently guide youth, young adults, and even other community leaders through life's challenges. They teach ethical behavior, appropriate social conduct, and the sacredness of relationships. This mentorship often involves gentle correction, sharing personal anecdotes, and providing quiet counsel. For example, an elder might sit with a struggling young person, sharing a story of their own past difficulties and how traditional teachings helped them persevere, without ever directly telling the youth what to do. Decision-making. While not always holding formal political power in modern contexts, elders are universally consulted for important communal decisions. Their wisdom, foresight, and historical perspective are invaluable in navigating complex issues, resolving conflicts, and charting the community's future path. Their consensus often carries significant weight, ensuring decisions align with core cultural values and long-term well-being. Cultural preservation. Elders are the primary guardians of customs, traditional languages, and ceremonial protocols. They remember the songs, the prayers, the proper way to conduct rituals, and the nuances of their native tongue. Their daily lives are often living examples of traditional values, demonstrating respect for the land, community, and spirit world. They might recall specific historical events, explaining their significance and connection to current realities. Intergenerational connection. Perhaps most critically, elders serve as the indispensable bridge between past, present, and future generations. They ensure that knowledge flows continuously, linking the wisdom of ancestors with the aspirations of youth. Their presence helps counter the effects of historical trauma by providing a stable, culturally grounded identity for younger individuals. Qualities of an elder. The path to becoming an elder is not merely about age. It requires profound qualities, humility, acknowledging their place within the greater web of life, patience, understanding that true wisdom takes time to cultivate, and transmit, deep listening, hearing not just words, but the spirit behind them, and a lifetime of wisdom accumulated through lived experience, often marked by sacrifice and selfless service to their people. An elder embodies the virtues they teach, becoming a walking testament to their culture's highest ideals. For instance, an elder might spend countless hours sharing intricate basket weaving techniques, not just the physical motions, but the prayers and songs associated with gathering the materials and giving thanks to the plants, patiently guiding a young apprentice. They demonstrate how a seemingly mundane task is imbued with spiritual meaning. Storytellers, the weavers of myth and history, intricately linked to the elders, and often one and the same, are the storytellers. These individuals are the active keepers of the vast oral narratives that define Native American cultures. The myths of creation, the trickster legends, the historical accounts of migrations and alliances, and the moral parables that guide behavior. They are not merely reciters. They are the vibrant weavers of cultural memory, bringing the past to life and shaping the understanding of the present, symbolism and importance. Storytellers are the living libraries in action. They animate the words, breathe life into the characters, and transport their audiences through time and space. They are responsible for ensuring that the vital narratives, which carry the essence of a people's worldview, are not lost or diminished. Through their voices, the ancestral spirits speak, and the very fabric of the universe is revealed. Responsibilities, accurate transmission for sacred narratives, especially creation stories or origin myths. The storyteller's responsibility is immense. They are often expected to recite these stories with precision and integrity, sometimes requiring word-for-word memorization over many generations. This is a rigorous discipline, ensuring the fidelity of the oral text. Any deviation could alter the spiritual power or meaning. They often have specific times and seasons when certain stories can be told. Contextualization. A great storyteller doesn't just tell a story. They explain its deeper meanings, moral lessons, and cultural significance. They bridge the ancient narrative with contemporary life, making the wisdom relevant and applicable to the listener's experiences. For example, after telling a trickster tale, a storyteller might explain how Coyote's greed serves as a cautionary lesson about the pitfalls of selfishness in their own community. Performance. Storytelling is an art form. Skilled storytellers utilize their voice, gesture, facial expressions, and timing to engage their audience, create atmosphere, and convey emotion. They bring characters to life, making the stories vivid and memorable, ensuring that the lessons are absorbed not just intellectually, but emotionally. A pause, a shift in tone, a specific hand movement, all are integral to the transmission of meaning. Educational role through narrative. Storytellers teach history, worldview, ethics, and even practical skills. A story about how a certain animal acquired its traits might also teach about respect for that animal or its role in the ecosystem. A story about a communal challenge might teach about leadership and cooperation. Types of stories. Storytellers transmit various categories of narratives: sacred, cosmic narratives, creation myths, emergent stories, tales of the holy people or culture heroes, historical, ancestral accounts, stories of migrations, battles, alliances, significant events in tribal history and ancestral lineages, cautionary moral tales, often featuring tricksters or other figures designed to teach about right and wrong, the consequences of actions, and social norms. Healing ceremonial narratives, stories associated with specific ceremonies, often detailing their origins or specific prayers within them. Learning to be a storyteller. The path to becoming a respected storyteller is rigorous. It involves years of deep listening, often from childhood, absorbing every nuance of the narratives. It requires immense respect for the narrative itself. Understanding that one is a vessel for ancient wisdom, not an inventor of tales. Apprenticeship might involve memorizing vast cycles of stories, learning the specific protocols for their telling, and mastering the performance aspects under the guidance of a master storyteller. Sacred knowledge keepers and specialized roles beyond general elders and storytellers. Many Native American societies designate individuals with highly specific, often inherited or vision-granted, sacred knowledge. These are the specialists, the custodians of particular ceremonial cycles, healing traditions, linguistic complexities, or artistic forms that are imbued with profound spiritual power. Their knowledge is often considered too sacred for widespread dissemination and is carefully guarded, passed down only to those deemed worthy and responsible. Symbolism and importance. These keepers are the living embodiment of specific, often esoteric, spiritual wisdom. They are vital for the proper execution of complex ceremonies, the effective practice of traditional medicine, and the preservation of deeply nuanced cultural expressions. Their existence ensures the continuation of the spiritual lifeblood of the community. Ceremonial leaders, medicine people. These individuals are the most prominent specialized knowledge keepers. They are the guardians of specific ceremonies, possessing vast knowledge of sacred songs, prayers, specific ritual movements, and the precise timing and protocols for multi-day ceremonies. They also often hold deep knowledge of herbal medicine and the spiritual causes and cures for illness. Their training is lifelong, often involving years of apprenticeship, isolation, fasting, and direct spiritual guidance. A Navajo singer, for example, might spend decades memorizing specific chants, sand painting designs, and the sequence of rituals for a particular healing ceremony, a body of knowledge equivalent to an entire university curriculum. Bundle keepers. Many plains and woodland tribes have sacred bundles, which are wrapped collections of ceremonial items, imbued with immense spiritual power and historical significance. A bundle keeper is the designated custodian of such a bundle, responsible for its care, the correct protocols for opening and using its contents, and the associated oral histories and prayers. This is often an inherited responsibility, carrying immense spiritual weight. Language keepers. Given the oral nature of indigenous cultures, language keepers are crucial. Indigenous languages are not just communication tools. They contain embedded worldviews, spiritual concepts, and historical knowledge that are often untranslatable into English. These keepers ensure the proper pronunciation, grammar, and nuanced meaning of sacred terms and ceremonial language, vital for maintaining the integrity of rituals and narratives. Artistic knowledge keepers. Many forms of Native American art are deeply spiritual and carry specific meanings and patterns. Artistic knowledge keepers ensure the correct transmission of these designs, techniques, and the associated spiritual protocols. A Quack mask carver, for example, might hold generations of knowledge about carving specific masks for potlatches, understanding the spirits they embody and the ceremonies in which they will be danced. Prophecy keepers. Some individuals are entrusted with the knowledge of ancient prophecies, their interpretations, and their relevance to current times. These keepers provide guidance on how to navigate the future, often drawing parallels between past events and present challenges, helping the community prepare for what lies ahead. Acquisition of knowledge. The acquisition of such specialized knowledge is a lifelong commitment. It often involves rigorous training, periods of isolation, intense fasting, vision quests, and direct spiritual guidance from elders or spirit beings. It is not knowledge that can be simply learned from a book. It must be lived, experienced, and embodied. Secrecy and sacredness. A critical aspect of specialized knowledge is the understanding that some knowledge is sacred and not for public dissemination. It is carefully guarded within specific lineages, societies, or ceremonial groups, shared only with those who have earned the right and responsibility to carry it. This is not about exclusion, but about protecting the integrity and power of the knowledge itself, ensuring it is used respectfully and for the community's well-being. Revealing certain sacred information inappropriately could diminish its power or even cause harm. The challenge of modernity and the resurgence. The vital chain of knowledge transmission in Native American communities faced catastrophic disruption with the advent of European colonialism. Impact of colonialism. Policies of forced assimilation, particularly through the establishment of residential schools in the US and Canada, were devastating. Indigenous children were forcibly removed from their families, forbidden to speak their native languages, practice their ceremonies, or interact with their elders. This created generations of missing links in the chain of knowledge transmission as languages were lost, ceremonies were driven underground, and the direct mentorship between elders and youth was severed. The outlawing of ceremonies like the Sundance and Potlatch actively sought to dismantle Indigenous spiritual life. Loss of knowledge. The consequence was a tragic loss of knowledge of languages, songs, stories, medicinal practices, and ceremonial protocols. This cultural rupture led to immense intergenerational trauma, impacting mental, spiritual, and physical health within communities. Resilience and revitalization. Despite these profound challenges, Indigenous peoples demonstrated remarkable resilience. Many elders and knowledge keepers secretly continued their practices, preserving what they could, often at great personal risk. Today, there is a powerful and widespread movement of cultural revitalization. Communities are actively engaged in reclaiming, preserving, and transmitting their ancestral knowledge. This includes language immersion, schools, and programs to bring back critically endangered languages. Cultural camps where elders teach youth traditional skills, stories, and ceremonies. Elder mentorship programs that formally connect younger generations with knowledge holders, providing a structured pathway for learning. Repatriation of sacred objects and remains from museums and institutions, allowing communities to reconnect with their spiritual heritage. The role of youth, crucially, there is a growing and inspiring interest among younger generations to learn, understand, and take on the immense responsibility of becoming knowledge keepers. They recognize the vital connection between their cultural heritage and their personal well-being, and they are stepping up to fill the gaps created by colonial policies. Digitalization. While respecting the sacredness and protocols around sensitive knowledge, many communities are also leveraging modern tools like audio and video recording and digital archives to aid in the preservation of languages, songs, and historical narratives that might otherwise be lost. This is done with careful guidance from elders to ensure ethical and appropriate use. Intergenerational trauma and healing. The resurgence of traditional knowledge is also a powerful force for healing intergenerational trauma. Reconnecting with their cultural roots provides a sense of identity, pride, purpose, and spiritual strength that helps individuals and communities navigate the ongoing legacies of colonialism and loss. The unfolding legacy of Indigenous wisdom as we conclude history for the tired and reflect on our journey through Native American mythology. It becomes abundantly clear that these are not mere relics of the past. They are living, breathing traditions sustained by the unwavering dedication of elders, storytellers, and sacred knowledge keepers. These revered individuals are the crucial pillars of cultural survival and continuity, ensuring that the wisdom of millennia continues to guide and enrich their peoples. From the complex creation narratives that ground them in the sacredness of the earth, to the paradoxical wisdom of trickster figures who teach through both folly and insight, to the profound kinship with a sentient natural world, and the vibrant tapestry of ceremonies that weave together the sacred and the mundane. Native American mythologies offer a holistic worldview that is remarkably relevant to our contemporary global challenges. Their emphasis on sustainability, interconnectedness, resilience, and holistic health provides invaluable lessons for all of humanity in navigating complex environmental crises, fostering community well-being, and healing historical wounds. The stories and teachings of Native American peoples remind us of the immense value of oral traditions, the power of deep listening, and the profound responsibility that comes with inheriting and transmitting knowledge. They urge us to remember that wisdom is often found not in towering monuments or vast libraries, but in the quiet counsel of an elder, the captivating voice of a storyteller, or the sacred knowledge carefully guarded by a medicine person. Their unfolding legacy is a testament to the enduring human spirit and the timeless power of wisdom passed from heart to heart, generation to generation. Thank you for joining me on this incredible journey. This is just the beginning of understanding the rich tapestry of indigenous cultures. Continue your exploration, seek out more knowledge, and always listen with respect. If you've enjoyed this series and want to delve deeper into fascinating historical narratives, be sure to subscribe to History for the Tired on YouTube and hit that notification bell. Your continued support helps us bring these vital stories to life for all to learn. Until next time, walk in beauty and remember to honor all your relations.